Cool. Well, where we all left off last time, you guys has managed to slain the Frost Maiden, the island of Solstice, and while her lair was falling apart, you guys managed to hastily retreat out of the lair and then retreat from the island completely, leaving behind both an untold number of ice men who has been turned into ice, an ally among one of those, and untold other creatures and riches. You came back to Bryn Shander only to find out that it has almost taken an immediate effect with the Frost Maiden gone, as most of the city was outside of the city actually, enjoying the sunrise for the first time in what seemed to be forever. First time in several years at least. With some served rest, I suppose. You guys decided that the rest of the day should be in the name of shopping. Gathered around, getting information, talking to the leader of Bryn Shander, found out that Velin had already left. And you found an interesting shop with two interesting characters who sold all kinds of knickknacks, of which you guys also bought quite a lot. At the end of the day, as you guys were trying to repair your broken sleep schedule, Erendril was visited by something who managed to fuck him up pretty well, knocking him out unconscious, making sure that he will get a long sleep, not necessarily a good one, but a long one nonetheless. And that's basically where we're gonna start off, as you guys wake up the next morning somewhat well rested. One of you with a massive headache, but alive and ready for the day to come. For the joy of most of you except one, the sun is rising. It seems like it is a beautiful day in the icy north with a beautiful sun and no skies in sight.
No sky?
No, sorry, no clouds.
Sky.
Where has the
What?
sky gone?
Oh no.
It's because sky actually is the Danish word for cloud.
Oh, okay. That's confusing.
Just
Yeah.
convenience.
Well, you guys wake up in your house. What do you do? The day is yours.
Should probably move to that. Well, I'll make food.
Sure.
But I also realized that I'd probably be the last one to wake up, so that's
So when he comes
Probably
down, I'm
already
already
food.
making food.
There you go.
So as you come
There
down,
you go.
everyone else are awake. Erendril's not.
Never mind.
I'm reading through that one book that I still very infatuated about.
I'd go up to him. What is that book about? Did you figure it out?
I figured something out. But I think the rest should be here before I reveal that. If you don't mind.
Yeah, talking about that, where's your brother?
That's a good question.
I mean, you should be awake by now, right?
Let's go upstairs.
Everyone.
Erendril, you are awake. You slept you actually slept, didn't meditate. You were knocked out. You were knocked out for about 8 or so hours. So about the same time as Eladio wakes up, you woke up, but you're waking up groggy, headache, like just mean hangover, despite not having drunk anything.
Yikes.
So when we knock on his door,
Then he is awake.
you look like shit.
Gee, thanks.
He does look like shit.
Had a rough night?
Kind of look over the plate that's on the ground.
It's just laying on the floor.
Something like that.
Okay. Well,
Mysterious.
No, it seems perfectly normal to me.
Well, your brother wants to tell us something, so come downstairs. We're making food.
I own upstairs with him.
I mean, the amount of things that Onyx thinks is normal is staggering at this point.
it's fine.
Seems normal to me. Oh, okay,
One day
well,
we will get to a point where he doesn't, where he no longer thinks something is normal. That's where the world will end.
Oh yeah.
That's when we will all be like, oh.
Oh
my God.
no, we've went too
Wow.
far.
Be fucked up.
Kinda off.
Okay, so when we come downstairs and we all eat, Eladio will be like, "What's the secret?"
To whom?
To Adriel.
So, you know that we both got a gift, right?
Uh-huh.
For me, it was that book that had nothing in it. Now, yesterday I was looking at it in the evening, and letters started to appear out of its own. And well, you can't see it now anymore because I was focusing on you, Eladio. But it wrote down several pages of my own past life up until that it was writing while I was looking at it in the last pages.
So it
Which
was writing
really dull
down
because it
what you were
basically
doing.
said that I was looking at the book, and every time and he is going over a page. So it's basically telling your life. And I was thinking, like, could I also see somebody else's life in it? And it is possible, but it seems like it's going wrong somewhere for me. But that's basically it. If you guys would like to see your story, I think I can hand it over to one of you, and then you can try.
What do you mean it goes wrong somewhere?
Well, you can, if you want to look at somebody else's. I wanted to look at your life because I was curious about what happened,
Okay.
and it went like 3 sentences, and then it cut off for me.
What sentences?
Just this is the story about Eladio, Jeremias, blah 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 blah, and then it stopped. And then no letters appeared anymore.
I see.
So it writes your entire past, present, well, the future is just written while you are doing something. So
It isn't called the future.
no,
What the present?
basically.
No,
But if you want to read your own story, you can. I don't know if there's more to it than that. But that's basically it.
If you concentrate on Velin,
Yeah.
would the book be able to tell us where she is? Currently?
Could be.
Try.
Close the book. Put my hand on it and try to focus on Velen.
I would give him guidance because I have no clue how this shit works.
All right. Roll me an intelligence check.
Oh yeah, that was it, right? A straight intelligence check. Ooh.
Be intelligent, come on.
Very
That's
intelligent.
talent.
Yep.
That.
yeah!
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's
Good
intelligence.
start.
Come on, roll the guidance, do it.
Is it a
that
plus?
it
Plus
guidance doesn't
the
apply to
D4.
this.
What do you... Well, it does. It's a check. For,
Roll 1d4, right?
Only for
Yeah. It's an ability check.
Uh-huh.
He
Well.
checks an ability.
The DC was set to 25, but with a natural 20, I'll allow it.
Ah!
As you begin focusing on her, it begins straining on your mind. It's almost like your thoughts and everything going inside your head is being extracted, almost like it's being pulled out by the book. and you can see that it kind of like the book by itself kind of flickers a few pages and then goes back to the beginning. And as it goes back to the beginning, it just begins with this beautiful handwriting of this is the story of, and then it writes the name of Evelyn. More specifically.
Oh. Oh man, we're gonna find out so much right now.
Villain, sorry, I said Evelyn. Villain.
Oh, I thought her real name was Evelyn.
No, it is Villain. It was just me who had that name on my head for some reason.
Okay. Maybe.
It writes down Villain Harpel.
Oh, we knew that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so.
Which is her real name, and then it begins giving some quick information like you would get from a like if there's a quick resume of a person or of a story.
Mm-hmm.
It says that she comes. When it kind of says where she comes from, it kind of goes blurry, almost like it goes from that she inherits from the land of, and then it kind of just goes into an unintelligible writing.
Mm-hmm.
And then it kind of like just goes on and says that she had a lifelong struggle of just all kinds of weird stuff going on. Says that she has had a firm grasp of what is in the book mentioned as the dark arts.
Mm-hmm.
That she does have a connection to the Arcane Brotherhood, but she would have only got in there due to her family connections.
Mm-hmm.
And that Professor Orb is actually the Professor Orb, which is referred to as Professor Scant, is actually an family heirloom of hers.
A family what?
Heirloom.
Oh.
And it just gives you some of the like different information about her that you already kind of know already. It tells some of the story of where you guys have been with her, been to the ice to the Ice Queen and fighting her and stuff like that. And as you kind of like begin writing on, it begins coming closer and closer to where she kind of like split up from you guys, and you see that she, according to the book, she left like only after a very short brief sleep of about 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
She left the city, so she left it like pretty quickly after you guys.
Mm-hmm.
And she has now begun the long travel in the northeast direction, and by what you can tell on the book, she's still in that travel. She hasn't reached her destination yet.
Okay. And it says, so far it only says she's been traveling northeast, but no more specific directions. She's walked past a mountain that looks like the face of a dog. Something like that.
No, not really. The book isn't like a geographical, oh, I'm over here kind of thing. Kind of like this writes, especially since it, as from what you can see, Adriel, the information when you were looking into it yourself, the information was a lot more precise and a lot more detailed. But when you were looking at another person, it seems that it's a lot more scarce and more just a general reflection. In this case, it's a general reflection of that she has gone northeast. You can see from when we're tracking back in some of the pages that she has passed Caer Dineval and she has passed Caer Koenig. And that she is on her way towards what she refers to as the Caves of Hunger.
Okay. I would say that, well, Jasmine has told us that her and Jack have been in this situation for a long time.
Yeah.
So I don't think it would matter if we defeat the hag during this week or in a month. To them, it wouldn't matter much. But it would matter if we reach the sunken city before Valinda's.
Yeah.
So maybe we can use this book to find Velen, catch up to her, and to be fair, so far the only big thing we have gotten from that treasury was the book that she took. I think you found something else, Hawkeye, that was aside from a normal book.
I found
Hawkeye,
another book.
sorry.
I get it. Yeah, I found another book. Nothing special though.
So I do think that wherever that book leads us might make everything that happened there worth it. Might. We don't know what's in that city, but I think it would be a shame if we just leave it up to her, whatever is in there. Also, she would need some explaining to do after we helped her so far. And then she just leaves without us. I think that's usually what she does. So us coming up to her would probably be unexpected.
As you will probably calculate it, we will try to get after her.
Maybe.
So we should be prepared that she is prepared. But that's basically it.
I mean, let's say it like this. I've seen her fight, and
Don't think we
there
need
was
to do it.
after a little, there wasn't much there that I'm.
Well, I mean, count spell
Right.
like half of her spells, and I think she's done.
Well, let's hope I'm able to do that. But yes, probably yes.
But I mean, I think you're right in the sense that if the two, that Jasmine and Jack can wait, because they are not going nowhere, and it's not that their curse is getting any worse than it already is.
Can you put on the big map energy?
Because I think Velen told us where.
Right. We know this here, over there.
Yeah, we know where the city somewhere is.
I would
but
basically take out the big map that we have and put it on the table,
yeah,
and then we can point at stuff.
So I think it's a good. I think we can get a head start if we teleport from where we were before and then move that way.
The book says she has been past Caerdinivel
And Kerkönig.
and Kerkönig, so she's been
So she
must
at least
be
moved
somewhere here.
Yeah, she
Maybe.
moved along the beaten path, and then she moved into the wilderness.
Does the book say if she's on foot?
With a natural 20. No, she's on dog sled.
Okay. Now,
Yes, transportation.
if we think about how fast the dog sleds moved, what I would ask Onyx, because he's smart, how fast he think she would have been able to get, and maybe also Arendriel, because he knows survival stuff and everything.
Sure, roll me a survival check.
Yeah. Yeah. Still a little tired.
God damn. A whopping 9.
She slept for 4 hours and then she left, which must have been like 24 hours ago, probably now.
Yeah.
Would that be correct? 24 hours ago? So she's been traveling for 24 hours plus minus?
Yeah, sounds about right. A little bit more, but yeah.
She's moving pretty fast.
She's moving pretty
So,
fast. You are able to get pretty fast with dog sleds.
Yeah.
Where would you expect her to be, Arendriel, after this much time?
I mean, the best information that you can get, since the last one is that she has been past Kerkornik within 24 hours. Not that far after Kerkornik. Maybe
Okay.
10 miles out. Depending on how much sleep she got, depending if she's able to travel during
So,
nighttime. It's yeah.
Okay. And we know that the Druidic Circle we were at was somewhere here or here? Do you remember?
Do you remember?
I have no clue. I think it was I think it was here. I think.
It was
But I
that
have
general
no clue.
direction at least.
Yes.
Well, it is around there, where you're now.
Okay. Which means
It was close to the hack, but it wasn't too close to the hack. Basically around
me
that
think.
point. So
I
you should teleport. There's
Yeah.
still you and me can polymorph.
Well, I could polymorph Onyx, which is
Oh, yeah,
who's
that's
very
cool.
heavy to carry, and then you might be able to carry, let's say me and Alera, and Onyx might be able to carry Erendriel or something along those lines. I think that could be possible. And then I could polymorph 3 times a day, 4 times actually, technically, if we wanted to, which means we could fly for quite a while. The problem is only that wherever we go, we don't really know where those tunnels are that we need to get to.
The caves of horror,
Yes.
hunger. Yeah, that's a good question, but
Maybe if we arrive at your Druidic Circle, they might be able to tell us, or
if
we
they
could
are
ask.
still there,
Or we could ask here, the speaker. Maybe she knows. Maybe there's a library that gives more information. But that would cost time to research.
yeah, anytime we use here is more time Felin gets.
So what do you guys think? Should we leave right now? Teleport
Oh.
to the Druidic Circle and then
I've-
hope that they are there and ask?
I have some more things to do.
Like what?
A few minor things. About the time that you can go to the speaker. Something.
What do you want to do?
Wanna go back to the magic shop. I
I see.
wasn't fully present in my mind.
I see. Is an hour enough?
It should be.
Okay. Then we can head to the speaker. Maybe she knows something. And then in an hour we leave.
Yeah.
We meet back here in an hour then.
All right.
Okay. So I think does anyone else want to go to the magic shop with Onyx or?
Yeah, I'm joining him.
I'll join him. So
Okay. I mean, I'll go to the speaker. I can go by myself.
You guys want to do some more magic shots?
Just
Now I actually need rations if we go somewhere.
Oh, yeah, the
just
magic shot.
buy the just buy the
By the
chest.
abracadabracus.
Buy the abracadabra
I
chest.
don't have a bag of holding, so I'm not carrying a fucking chest with me.
I mean,
Okay, buy it for me.
and then you can just use the
Abracadabra.
sword chest.
You can probably buy a bag of food or something. They probably have that.
Yeah, the bag.
Instead of
feel-
buying like 100 million rations, they
They
probably
have a bag
that.
of beans. They have a bag of food.
Yeah, they probably do. I would also tell that to Alera. I would be like, they probably have something, bag of
Otherwise, go
infinite
to
food.
another shop on the marketplace. There's more. than
That
just
was
magic
the
shop.
plan.
All
You
right.
don't really think I was planning to buy rations at a magic store, do you?
Yes.
No,
That
you
would have
just
been very fun.
bag of infinite
I'm
food.
just-
Then you have rations for everyone.
But not
And-
selfish.
I would head to the speaker.
Yeah, I'm adding with a law audio.
Yeah. You're muted.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So you'll go to speak of the vessel. Sure. She's available. It's in her desk, basically, where she lives and work. And she seems to be right now. She seems to be just making reports. There are no people outside as of yet, at least. The doors are easily open for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
She comes in. She sits in just regular outfit. No fine stuff today, it seems, and is just sitting and writing in. What you briefly can see seems to be reports of sorts.
We have a couple of questions if you have some time.
Well, I suppose I do. And how can I be of assistance?
Velin left from here yesterday, very
Damn.
early on. She left because on our last travel, we found a book. And with this book, we will have access to a cave system that leads to the ancient sunken city, which we heard is far in the east, northeast. It seems to us
Okay.
like she left to avoid us coming with her, even though we would have liked to shared whatever we find there. Is there anything you know about that place?
I don't have the faintest idea of what you're talking about.
That's very unfortunate.
My apologies, but I have never heard of a sunken city, as you call it, and in the northeast. That sounds ominous. But I've never heard about this before.
Do you know of the Caves of Hunger, as they are called?
Well, the Caves of Hunger is a myth. It's not real.
But do you know where it can be found?
The myth.
If what the myth says that they are.
It is said to be in the Wretched Glaciers, which is, well, far to the northeast.
I would take out the map and I would ask her to mark an area.
She marks this area up here.
I have the map isn't on. I have no clue what you're marking.
Where that little square is up in the northeast.
Oh, okay. Up here, that thingy. Because there's another one here.
At least we can do something with that.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's great. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome, I suppose.
Well,
but again, it's a myth. It doesn't exist.
We'll tell you about the myth when we come back.
It's also a myth that gods don't exist. So.
I don't know who would be saying that they don't exist. I believe that is a stated fact by now.
And now it is.
I'm confused, but if you guys want to go on chasing rumors, then I certainly won't stop you.
All right.
You
Wonderful.
have more than earned enough for me to at least put my skepticism aside, so best of luck. Is there
Okay.
anything else?
No.
Oh,
Then if you will excuse me, I need to continue with my report. It takes time to try and rebuild a society.
Of course. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your time.
And I guess we'll go to the market where the others are.
All right. Speaking of the market, you guys come over to
Very fast.
the market. It's just it's opening up nice and calmly, and there is the same shop that you guys have been shopped at before. But right now there's only the from what you can see outside, there's nothing. It's just the tent-looking thing with the door closed right now.
I walk up to it and knock.
Okay. Takes about 3 or 4 minutes. And then the door opens slightly, and the head of a small blue dwarf kind of peeks out and goes, "What? It's early."
Is it?
I don't know, is it? And he kind of looks out to see the sun. Trying to forget when the sun comes out when you live in a magic castle. What do you want?
To buy things.
What, do we look like we're open?
We're
Does
kind
it
of in a
look like I
hurry.
care?
Well, you being in a hurry doesn't seem like my problem, doesn't you? Hear from behind it. Please, the customers, we need the money. Yeah, what do you want? What is it that you want?
Do you have any half-plate armor that is enchanted?
No.
Cool.
Yes, maybe. Hang on. And kind of close and goes back in. Half-plate armor.
Do you not want to make sound when you move anymore?
I don't do
that
that
what-
regardless.
Oh. Very nice.
Just wants to fill the hole in his chest.
What do you mean you don't make noise when you walk?
Yeah, the medium armor master feat.
I already told you this.
How many feats do you guys have? Jesus Christ.
That's what happens when you level up.
1. What do I have to?
He comes back a little later.
Yep.
Well, as I told your friends yesterday, you also asked about armor. I have a half plate +1. That's it.
No,
I
that's not a
can't,
lot.
I can't create more, but it's gonna take time and it costs extra.
Well, we'll just leave that for now. Those bag of tricks. How much were those?
Bag of tricks. We don't have bag of tricks, and kind of like goes back in again. Bag of trick. He comes back shortly after and he goes, well, apparently we do. We have a grey one, a rusty one, and a tan one.
For how much?
Well, I guess I can sell one of them for 150 gold.
I'll take all of them for 400.
Kind of like goes back in again. Then you can't really hear anything because they're technically on another plane. But about 4 or 5 minutes later, he kind of like comes out and goes, one of them has been reserved, so I can sell you 2 of them.
Well, that's unfortunate. Well, then I'll take 2 for 250.
275.
You said you needed the money. Well, the other one said you needed the money.
277.
250.
278.
$250 and this nice spear.
How nice.
It's pretty nice.
Make a persuasion check.
It's pretty nice.
Come on, Onyx, you can do it. I believe in you. Please. Oh my!
Hell yeah!
With a -1. He kind of like takes his hand out, so you want to taste it.
Taste? What?
Here, what? Want to taste the spear? Sure. I'll give him the spear.
Kind of like takes it and he like looks it up and down, and he kind of like takes it out up to his tongue and like, I suppose it's decent enough quality. At least it's ripe to make something magical about it. Sure, here you go. And he kind of like throws the bags out at you. 250 gold. Come on.
I'll give him 2,500 silver.
As you take out the silver, he immediately like looks at you and goes, 250 gold was the exact words that you used. Not the equivalent of 250. Come on.
Fine, I'll give him 250 gold.
Thank you. And then he closed the door.
Yeah.
Well, I knock again.
You swear that this time you hear a kind of like opens the door. Yes.
I am not done here.
Of course not.
No. There was a amulet, something with planes. 15?
Yes.
What is that about?
Well, we
again.
have already established that that was well beyond your guys' price point, apparently.
Which was?
The price point for the amulet was up around, I believe, 15,000 gold, something like that. I don't know. I'll have to check with them, with the other guy. But we're talking up in a pretty steep price range.
Maybe we'll come back for that one. I do still have a list though. We have a few components. Do you have any of those to create them? Some items?
What kind of components are you looking for?
I'll give him a list. Which is what I need for the thing we talked about.
Sure. But is there a actual list of components? That's the thing. He looks over your schematics and he's like, well, that is certainly interesting. There's different kind of living components that could be done with this. Yes. An interesting project. I'll see what I can do. Are you gonna be here for long? Otherwise, give me a day or two and I'll be able to procure these materials needed.
Well, if it's gonna take some time, but it seems like I don't have much of a choice.
Well, one of the items that is needed for this schematic that you have here is a little bit harder to come by. It needs a little bit of scouting for me. You can wait, and I can try and do it quickly. I'll still need a couple of hours at least. Or you can come back tomorrow, maybe the day after tomorrow, and I will definitely have it ready.
How many hours would it take?
Well, to actually find the correct essence and extract it to be able to be used would take probably at least 3 hours. But that is then done as a rush work. Understand that? And that costs extra.
Yes, no, that's fine.
All right then. So you will be here in 3 hours.
Yes.
All right then. And he kind of closed the door.
Well, seems like we have more time here.
I assume they don't really care. So not answering. They're just
I
standing
mean,
there.
I'm not there, and Adriel isn't either. But there's two people who don't care.
I mean, you guys will arrive as he kind of like closes the door and they're done with their shopping. It seems.
I thought. Okay. Are you done? You got everything? We got the information. We know where to go.
We gotta wait a few more hours. I had a list of items that I needed.
And you need them right now.
Yes.
And why is that?
I don't know. Because I prefer
What do you
them
need?
right now,
What do
so
you
I
need
can
them for?
To work on an item.
Well, what kind of item?
You'll see when it's done, I suppose.
Well, you could just tell us now. Apparently, we got 3 hours. How many hours?
3.
3 hours-ish.
Great. So, what do you want to create?
You'll see.
God, Jesus fucking Christ.
Right, talkative as always. I'm
please tell
going over
me-
to
No,
somewhere where I
hold
think I can get rations.
Rations? Yeah.
Rations, right.
What kind of rations are you looking for?
Good one.
Go to the herbalist and get some vegan ones, or to the butcher and get some good ones.
To the butcher.
All right. Yeah, easy enough. He offers that you can both buy normal rations with this like dried jerky and all kinds of dried meat, or you can get the more luxurious ones, which is better, just like, more and better quality.
And how much are those?
For each quality ration, it would be 1 gold per ration.
I'm taking 10 of those.
All right, easy enough done. You pack them down in what is essentially like a bag per ration day, with premium food.
And I'm asking him if he has anything that a weasel would like.
He gives you like a few like a weird, huh? But he packs some what you can only assume would be snacks for a weasel.
Okay. So I want to go to that herbalist then.
You get basically a bag of mice and other smaller animals, Elara, that is specified for the weasel.
I like it. Running around with dead mice now.
Which
Are they all dead?
Yeah, hopefully.
It's not like I have live mice just running around going. "Grah!"
Just peeing in the
Help.
back.
Squeeze.
would survive 15
Right,
of them,
and
so basically-
Adriel, you're going to the herbalist.
Yes.
Sure. You come in and see an old human male with this weird hat made out of branches and leaves, and he has this weird coat on that is not really a coat. It's more like thick leaves, and he looks like a weird old Tarzan almost.
But is that really weird for Adriel?
No. That seems like, oh my god, I'm home.
Sure. As you come in, he's like, "Oh, hello! And how can I help you?"
Hello. I'm looking for some red aminata mushrooms.
Well, I suppose something like that could be found. And he kind of like turns around and very slowly begins walking over to like his area of different kind of mushrooms and sellable plants and stuff like that. And he begins
no.
looking them through.
Adriel's gonna mix some weird shit again.
Love potion.
I still have that, by the way.
We'll give that. Oh, give it to Berlin then.
Oh, to the heck, to the heck.
Yes, great idea.
As he comes
Oh,
back, he does have what essentially is two larger mushroom forms of what you asked for. These are probably the best specimens that I'll be able to sell right now.
How many can you sell me?
These,
Besides these. How much
yes.
do you want
See,
for them?
they are difficult to come by and difficult to
I get it.
create more of.
Yeah.
So I cannot sell you those that I use for seeding others.
All right. Well, at least we can try.
And would there be anything else?
Do you have a book of expanded herbalism?
I work with herbalism itself, not really the information of it. It's been going down in family generation here. I can barely read anymore myself.
Oh no. Okay. Well, no, I think for the rest I'm fine. I mostly need some good old mushrooms.
All right, for these rare mushrooms, I have to ask for 5 gold pieces.
Each?
Oh, in total.
Oh. You can have 10.
What? What are you doing? I'm not there, but that's yeah.
I should give it to him. He has like this, what would look like an old school Western counter, where he's like trying to push the button and it would spring out and it just doesn't happen, and he just keeps on standing there for like a good solid 20 seconds just pushing it, and then goes, "A piece of shit," then snaps it once on the side and goes bang. Oh, good. Then he kind of like just put them in and push it back in.
Wonderful.
All right. So then I give him the 10 gold, and then he gives me the 2 big good mushrooms. That I need.
Yes, he does.
That's
Alright.
how shopping works.
Like
Thank
I'm
you.
outside of my butcher tent, I'm yelling over to Randriel. Didn't you want to get some too?
Yeah, I've already like seen basic ones.
That's up to you. They look good though.
They do look good.
And those
And
2
then I'm
mushrooms.
hiding in a shadow somewhere.
Sure.
Just sitting in a corner like.
Yeah, how much are the basic ones?
50 silver. Not 50 silver, 5 silver, don't worry. It's basically the half price of the premium ones, so.
Might as well just get the proper ones at that point. I'll buy 15.
Alright, well, then. If you buy the premium ones at 15 gold, and if not, half that.
I give them the 15 gold and
Cool. Get the premium ones. No mice.
I I don't need any
Aw.
mice.
I'm a bit scared though that a butcher has dead mice in his. Well, whatever.
The mice that try to get
He's
point.
like, no
You know, the
concern.
cleaver gets thrown at them, and then yes,
I'm
He has
just
Might-
more success than
no,
we
it's
get.
fine for you.
Well, don't get him
asking
one.
any questions.
All right.
Oh, are you guys gonna do anything elaborate now, or just gonna wait next
Then I
3
go
hours?
back to our home, to the basement, and start working on the main component itself.
I would suggest to I would ask Randriel, how many Adriel, how many of can you teleport with that spell?
But with teleportation, I could teleport all of you. But why?
Can you teleport more than all of us? How many people is my question.
Let me think really hard about that for a second.
You haven't tried yet.
No, I haven't. So I don't know.
Maybe you need to do like a check, and then half of your check.
Yeah,
can
But
be
yeah.
I mean,
something
you,
like
you
that.
know you know that it works in a lot of ways, like
Works
circle
in a lot of
teleportation.
ways.
Basically like circle teleportation or teleportation circle, whatever you want to call it. And basically it's open for like a round, and whoever you can manage to get in that round, 6 seconds, comes with you.
Okay.
What happens if you were not fully in and not fully out? Nobody knows. Nobody probably want to know.
Right.
What's your plan, Eladio? What are you thinking about?
No, well, I was thinking about that you could use that staff of yours
Yeah.
to make us a plant companion, but that would be very difficult to carry when we're eagles. So maybe that's not a good idea.
So you would want a plant companion?
Well, that's what it does, right?
Well,
Awaken.
from what I've gotten from the staff is yes, it has the power to awaken something. Yes, but I don't want to just awaken something to just be like, okay, well, you're awakened now, and then leave it somewhere when we go back to Gover.
Right. The hope would that it
And
could come with us. That's why
I don't
I'm
know
asking.
if you've heard about how much that costs to awaken something. That's quite a few components that I need that are pretty pricey.
Does it disappear?
Does it disappear? That is a very, very good question.
It does not disappear. It doesn't disappear.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't disappear.
So it does consume it.
No, it doesn't
It
disappear.
does.
The
No.
components. He means the ship
Did-
itself.
Yeah, I mean the thing that's the components disappear. Yeah.
Well, the components disappear. The creature remains under our control for a month, regardless. And whether or not we treat it right, it can do its own thing after 30 days, but will remain awakened for the rest of its lifespan.
Well, we'll treat it right, of course. That would be the idea.
Basically, how
So,
it works.
There,
So you
there
want
is
to
a
buy?
potential.
I need a gemstone, an agate to be exact, worth at least 1,000 gold.
Well, we're on the market and we have 3 hours. I mean, I'm not saying you need to awaken something right now, but we could at least look for a gemstone that is necessary.
It was already done last time when you bought what you assume was the gemstones available, at least here.
Oh, we already bought gemstones last time?
You got gemstones from the speaker. Who gave you
Right,
what
diamonds,
We have,
right.
and it was mentioned yesterday or last time with the current shop owner who said that they didn't have any.
Okay. Yeah,
So-
okay, I forgot about that.
So that
Okay.
means that we do not have any means to awaken something. But
What is
we
the
could-
exact component? Can you post that in the chat just so I know?
Sure, if you do we hacking? Can I just post it? Come on. Done. Hang on. I'll just have to put it.
You can
in
just
my-
post the name. You don't need to post the whole spell. It's fine.
This works fine as well.
There you go. An agate worth at least 1,000 gold pieces.
So what you've seen in that that beautiful creature that we've seen in the Ice Queen's nest, which died, he was awoken by that spell.
Are any of the are any of the gems that we have similar to what an agate would be?
And a gate.
A gate, I guess.
Gate.
Because we have, I mean, I have that blue
Gate.
diamond that's worth 1,000 gold pieces. I know that Ilera has some gems. I know that some of the things that we found in the Sunblight Castle had gems in them, like the chalice, for example. So are any of those agates?
After looking right now, no, they're not.
Okay.
Sadly, no. But that does mean that once we find a place where we can procure such a gemstone, we most likely should, if we want to have a beast at our side.
I do think you make a good point. It might be best to awaken something as soon as we're back to Corware.
I mean, if we reach our forests, I believe we can find some great animals, some great plant life that can aid us.
Okay. In that case, I don't think there's right. I guess I would take the time to try and calculate how fast we would be with the eagles, if that would even work out. So I think we would be able to teleport somewhere around here. And Velin might already be somewhere here, which means she has like maybe this distance left, and we would have this distance left. And I know that the giant eagle has a flying speed of 80 feet. I don't know how that works for long travel. You would probably know that, Energy. If we could dash the entire time, not the entire time. Obviously, one of the eagles would be Onyx, and he would carry at least one person, and the other eagle would be Adriel, and he would probably carry 2 people. So we need to consider that as well, that they're carrying someone. We leave Onyx Dog behind.
Wow.
Standard
wanna-
procedure.
Depends on how you want to do things. But yeah.
How long would it take us from like
Well,
calculation?
if you turn into an eagle carrying 2 people or an onyx, the speed will also be slightly reduced.
No, Onyx wouldn't be carried. Onyx would be an eagle. So
Onyx would be an eagle.
yes, I would polymorph Onyx into an eagle.
Uh-huh.
And then after 1 hour, I hope he lands, because I would need to polymorph him again, and otherwise we fall out of the sky. So he should know that. I mean, I'm gonna be fine because I have levitate, and he probably also have levitate. But I think it's best if Onyx only carries one person.
Featherfall, sure.
Right, Featherfall, right. I have levitate or some, so we'll both be fine, right? But let's try and not make that happen. So it's probably best because Adriel, I think you're able to just do it for 8 hours straight, right? With your shape change.
Yes, I can just do wild shaping. Yeah.
Right, yes.
Into an eagle.
So you won't have that problem, but we will need to land after about an hour, and then I wouldn't be able to polymorph Onyx again, and then we'll continue. I'm just trying to calculate how much distance.
Eagles has like what, 8 feet?
80 feet. Yeah. It's
Carrying
probably faster than wolves, is my guess.
carrying 2 people, it's reduced down to like at least 60 or 50 feet.
Okay. But
Per-
is
per
dashing
round.
possible?
I mean, with dashing and you're just going full speed, sure. Then you would be up around 100 feet.
Mm-hmm. And then
That's,
100 feet. I
100
mean, I
feet
can
per
try and
round.
calculate. Hmm. How many miles is it? We would probably. It's at least 40 miles. That's the idea, right?
Mm-hmm.
So 40 miles is 211,000 feet. So this number times 6 seconds times 6 divided by 60. That many minutes divided by 60. That looks like. Wait. Did I do that correctly? I don't think I
Probably
did that
not.
correctly.
It's about 10,000 feet on an hour.
Okay.
Pretty fast.
Which is just under 2 miles. So 2 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And how fast are the wolves?
Depending on if you get like a full group of wolves, like last time you got a full like 6 wolves per wagon, it's faster.
But can
So
we fit that many wolves in one teleport?
I don't know. Can you?
That's a good question. Contra wolves, haha. Gonna go fast. Oh,
I mean, we have 3 hours to figure it out, or 2.5 right now, so. You think-
yeah. But I believe it's important that we set ourselves up towards either going with the wolves and then be a little bit later
Mhm.
than Velen, or try to teleport.
So the
And-
thing is that looking at it as it's raw information is basically that a sled dog will be able to pull a just alone, but it's about 1 mile an hour. But the reason for this is that it has to rest every hour. But that's looking at the information as if there's only one dog. So let's say, so for every dog there is, the amount of time they need to rest goes less, and they can travel faster. So if you take like 6 dogs that pulls at max capacity, for about 8 hours, can go up to about 60 feet or 60 miles. Sorry.
Pretty fast.
60?
60, between 0 and 60. It kind of depends on the area and stuff like that. So in an area like this, it's probably shorter, but they can travel a good amount of miles.
I mean, the guess
that is with a
is
full team of dogs.
right. I mean, my idea is that this is a very difficult terrain to walk through. It's much easier to fly through, especially now that there aren't big storms or whatever, or at least less likely. So if I'm trying to, you said that it would take, how fast would we be able to fly? 2 miles per hour. It just sounds very slow. Like it sounds like walking speed. When I think 2 miles per hour, that's like when you walk on the street, that's 2 miles per hour. If you
Slower than
understand what I mean.
wolves need.
Yeah.
You have about 100. Yeah, but I mean, but if we're talking 100 feet per
For 6 seconds.
6 seconds,
That's
several of you dashing can run faster than that, but you're not carrying a group of people on you.
but so 100 times 6 seconds would
Yeah.
be, in 60 seconds we would be able to do well, times 10 would be 1,000 feet. And then 6 times 10 again, 6,000 seconds, 10,000 feet.
Let me see here.
6
eagle.
60,000 seconds.
Is it an eagle? Or, I guess it's a giant eagle.
A giant eagle.
I don't think 2 elves would fit on a normal eagle. I don't
Nah,
even
me
think
neither.
1 would fit on a normal eagle.
Sounds about right.
But I mean, you're welcome to try.
The eagle.
They have a flying
Uh,
speed of 80. They have a strength of 16.
It's like the Lord of the Rings eagle. That's how I imagine them, at least.
Right, but
Right.
they're also just carrying a little.
Hobbits and dwarves. Yeah.
Um,
Dwarves
You
are
guys
fucking fat.
you guys aren't the biggest ones. And you say if with that.
I don't know if there's an hourly speed for eagles. I mean, I can see
Not
speed miles per hour eagle.
If you take 100 feet per round, it would be 11.36 miles per hour.
11 point. So it would take us 4 hours approximately.
But then you would still have
4
to consider
polymorphs. That would be basically
having
all of my
people
spell
like that.
slots.
to take around 9 miles.
Wait, what do you mean?
I mean 9 miles because of all the people if you have to carry all the stuff.
No,
I mean,
he
that's
said.
already calculated. It's
Yeah.
per 400 feet per round.
Yeah.
What do you mean 400 feet per hour?
Oh, that's what you said. 400 feet per round if you're carrying people. For a giant eagle.
100.
I did not
100.
say 400 feet per
No,
round.
I'm saying 100.
Sure, 100. It would probably be a little bit more. Consider that the fat one, you, is the one who's an eagle.
Yeah.
So sure,
He said
let's say
100 feet, not 400. 100. That's what he said. It sounded like 400. For 100 feet per round, you said it takes. We can do 11 miles in an hour.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, 11 miles per hour is like slowly driving a car. I think this is reasonable, very reasonable. You would need to say energy. What works?
I mean, sure. I mean,
Yeah.
it's up to you guys if you want to fly.
Then it would take us 4 hours approximately, a little less probably. But it would probably mean all of my polymorphs. Right. Okay.
Probably. I mean, I don't know
Yeah.
how many spell slots you have.
Which means as soon as we arrive, I don't have any counterspell left. That is. So maybe Adriel should polymorph the first one, so I have 1 counterspell at least left.
Sure.
Okay.
If we decided,
I mean, it would be 11, 22, 33, 1, 2, 3 spell slots. I would have 1 counterspell left.
Remember, she gave you just an
Area, right?
yeah.
Kind of, yeah. Right, we might be over here and we'd be like, what the fuck?
We'll be searching
And then
for
search
it.
around. Right. Yeah,
I've
exactly.
been searching for weeks. And I was just quick, wing.
Right. Okay. No, it would take 3 of my spell slots. If you cast the first polymorph on Onyx, that would mean that that I have 2 spell slots left of a high enough level to definitely, fuck her up if she casts something to shit on us. Words.
Well, seems all reasonable by me.
Okay.
Are we ready?
Yes.
And let's
Well,
head.
No, we gotta figure my things first.
No, we're not ready. We wait for Onyx to finish what he's doing, which takes 3 hours or 2.5, and then we go to the market.
Right. With about 110, which you would have with a giant eagle, from what I can read here, and you have 2 normal humanoids on your back, you would be able to go about for an hour about 12.5 miles thereabouts per hour.
In normal circumstances, no bad weather, blah blah blah, all that stuff.
Yes, all that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So about 3 to 4 times, depending on where exactly the area is.
Yeah, we'd be able to get like here,
I
and then we're
think-
doing the third one.
But I
and then
think
we
that
circle
after
around.
we've reached that point where the glacier starts, it probably is even rougher. Could be.
But yeah,
Refer.
be able to get there pretty fast.
Yeah, and then we can circle
Gotta go
around a
fast.
little bit, like this. This is our
and,
travel.
do some caca noses.
I mean,
to,
that's a beautiful thing about this, right? You can get there faster. It just costs a few spell slots.
All right.
The rest. And then you
Which,
see
you know,
magic
makes it more fun
missiles.
for me as well.
All right, then
Hey. Great success.
we go back to the market to pick up Onyx's stuff.
Okay.
Was I able to make the basic item?
Depends
Yes,
on,
yes.
are you making it out of leather or metal?
Leather.
All right, then roll me one with leather working.
Leather check.
Yeah, I was about to say leather check before. Make a leather check.
God
That's
damn.
a pretty good leather check, my dude.
Yeah,
You know your leather.
leather.
the base component is ready.
Oh yeah,
All right.
looks very
Well,
leathery.
I'll head back to the tent. Want zo's 3 hours zo over, dat is.
Yeah, takes about 3 hours, and
Alright.
the blue dwarf comes out again. Holding a little box of different items, you presume. And it comes over to you. He goes, so, careful with this. It's unstable, pure material. So, careful with it. Also, it'll cost you 100 gold. To remove and extract all the stuff at a rushed order.
I'll give him minutes at 10.
You give him
So
And-
1,100 silver.
sure.
There was no price specified.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. And good luck.
Before he closes the door behind him.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You had a staff, right? It could turn into a snake.
I believe we did, yes.
How much was that?
I'll have to go and ask my associate.
Poor guy.
Stupid.
He's the one who makes things, not the one who sells things.
Oh.
Leave him alone, guys!
No. The funny part is that I know you're saying that, but what you're actually doing is you need to look up the staff online to find out how much it costs. You're like, oh my god, of course they ask again.
Oh, no, I have my own sheet for what things cost, because if you take it from the raw prices, then they're just...
No, okay.
If you think things are expensive, if I take it from the raw prices, they're even worse. So,
Yeah, we would be broke.
like, so...
Already be happy that you get
he comes back fairly quickly and goes, well, as far as I can understand, it has a price point of around 450 gold.
I'll take it.
Great.
All right, happy customer, and he kind of like throws the staff over to you.
Then he's gone.
And then as you catch it, and he kind of looks over at you and like looks you up and down. He goes, I'm not sure that. Nah, never mind. It's not important. Thank you. He kind of like takes the money and then he like closes the door. After about 10 seconds, you hear him open the door going, I have been instructed to tell you that you, someone like you, might not be able to use it. All right, goodbye. And he kind of closes it again.
Could have been used
Might not be able.
beforehand.
Might not be able to use it.
I don't know.
Well, maybe if you can't cast spells, you can't use the
Well,
staff.
I'm just going.
I know as a
to,
player I can, but
That's just what
I just don't
Eladio
know
is
that
saying. That's what Eladio is saying. He doesn't know that you fought with your sword because
I
you're a warlock.
Your knowledge as a player doesn't mean shit here.
exactly,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Randall didn't know that.
All right. Could we just leave right here, right now? I look at Adriel.
we could. I am prepared. Are you prepared?
Everyone prepared?
Yeah.
Think so.
Great. Let's go.
Let's go.
I would make sure that no civilian is around when he creates a fucking teleport thingy, because it
Then
would
you would
fucking
have-
suck.
Then you would have to go elsewhere.
Sure, we walk 5 minutes elsewhere.
Okay.
Okay.
So what is that? You're gonna cast so you can use your
Yeah,
plan
we're
to
gonna
teleport.
teleport.
Well,
yeah.
then you have to go to the field.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
you have to go to the field, mister.
Oh, well, never mind then.
So as you go
So-
there, there's a few workers, and with a
They're
few
like-
stern looks from you guys, they kind of like scurried away. They've seen what happened here before. They don't want to be anywhere near it.
God damn it, you're trampling over. Oh god. I just planted this.
Oh, the cool.
My cabbages! My cabbage!
Ja, cabbages.
My cabbages!
I'm gonna make the runes again. Make everything, prepare everything right on the circle that I stayed at. I'm gonna focus on the place probably last world with the druids, where I created a circle with the leader of that grove. And when everything's set in place, I use the magic and open the
Alright.
portal.
You guys see this unnaturally big seed that is present in the field. As the incantation and the runes begin flashing, the seed itself begins opening up, and the teleportation circle that is part of it opens up as well. You have 6 seconds to just run.
Yep.
Go through.
Go.
All right, as you can hear it just vroom, 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 and you all are teleported through the world over here near the cackling chasm.
Hell yeah. No, we're even further away.
Like,
What?
Well, no, I thought we were here, which is a little closer, like 5 miles, right? Okay, so when we arrive there, are there druids there?
As you arrive there are the druids that you have met once before. They're there. They kind of like look over at once, but then when they see it as you guys, they just kind of like give a hail and then move on with their day. Doesn't seem to be
Okay.
that surprise.
I would say to the others, maybe it's worth it to ask them where exactly we might need to go. They might know more.
they are druids with a great knowledge about the land, so maybe they could aid us.
Is
You
one
have-
of those polymorphonics?
Maybe.
That's
Maybe
great
they even
suggestion,
have
Eberron.
eagles or alternative
Or
ways
maybe
to get us
just
closer.
transportation that we can use. They used
Potentially.
sledges before.
I don't think they did.
So
did
we
they?
would need to find their leader.
It's not that
I'm
difficult.
Okay.
Around. Is the stack still there?
As you look around, it doesn't seem to be present right now. At least not from what you can see. Maybe he's just elsewhere in the area. Who knows?
I'm looking around for the leader of the grove. If I
Yeah.
All right, yeah. So you're searching for Milana, the grandmother of the Druid Cove, and she's, as you come out, she's in one of her druidic circles, just sitting and making, what seems to be making tea.
Okay. Well, we go up. I would leave Hadriel the front, because he's druidic.
There are druids, so you can talk to druids. Yeah.
Yeah, they're racist.
Oh, is that it? Oh. Jesus.
Is hoe de race nou?
Yes.
As you come over, you can see that she's preparing tea, and as she looks up at all of you, goes, "Ah, welcome, welcome, friends. Please take a seat. I can make some extra tea if needed."
That would be wonderful. I take.
Kind of nods, and one of the other druids comes over with a bunch of extra leaves, and she kind of like just makes a big pot of tea for all of you. Adriel, it's delicious and almost reminds you of home. The rest of you, it's tea, and like for most of you, it's good tea, proper tea. Onyx, it tastes terrible.
Oh, I'm not even drinking it.
Like even when you're smelling like ugh.
Not a
Okay.
tea person.
I'm not trying to rush things here, but
Yes, you are.
we are in a hurry. Yes, I am. We are in a hurry.
What are you in a hurry to?
They want to know the location of the Caves of Hunger.
Let me just roll. Just to see how much she would know.
Ah, yes, I know the precise and exact location. It is right here.
There it is.
There it is, right there.
As you mentioned it, the Caves of Hunger, she kind of like looks up at you guys a little bit confused. And then goes, well, as far as we understand it, it's just a myth. Apparently an opening to some place, but it's not something that we have been able to find. It's supposed to be up near the Wretched Glacier, to northeast from.
I would take out the map, show it to her. We've been told it might be in this area. Do you know anything more specific than that?
Well, from the information that we have, this area is highly used by the Frost Maiden's loyal servants. Keep that in mind.
Still?
What do you mean still?
The Frost Maiden has been defeated. She has been banished to her own realm.
Well, that's glorious news. Well done.
Have you not seen any changes in nature, or?
Not much. Some. I mean, the sun came out, to which we weren't sure whether it was a spell or breaking magic, but a actual defeat of the Frost Maiden. That is indeed news. However, from what I can gather from our scout, and he kind of like gives a loud whistle, like a really, really loud whistle, and you guys are almost sitting close to it, like wincing a little bit. A few minutes later, one of the what seems to be one of the lead scouts comes over. Goes, Mikhail, you have been up near the Wretched Glaciers, yes? And you see this young half-elf, seems to be no more than maybe 22. Maybe like very start early 20s.
Not the
Way
Mikael
too
that stole my ale.
Huh?
Not the Mikael that stole my ale.
No, not the Mikhail. Well, that would be
That's
fucking
the one that
hilarious.
I thought of.
That would have been hilarious.
We're going full circle.
See you guys go. He goes, oh shit.
Oh no.
Honestly, it's like my
This guy again.
One day we'll find him, don't you worry.
Roll
One day
initiative.
We'll find him.
He goes and despite his youth, he goes and talks to you guys. He goes, well, I have, grandmother. The latest reports we have from that area is about, and he kind of like takes a bunch of notes out and goes through them very methodically. And goes, the last reports we have is about 6 days old. To which there was numerous activity up in the northern end of the Wretched Glacier, and he like takes a finger and points it directly to the map, which would be in. Seems to be pointing to this general direction.
Oh, okay.
There was a lot of activities in these areas, but that's basically the gist of it. We don't know why or how.
Okay.
Right.
Do you know how we could get there as fast as possible?
He kind of looks a little bit confused, like, well, I mean, teleportation is a nice trick, I suppose.
Is it possible to teleport?
No, I mean, you
to there from
teleported here, so I assumed that you could do that to elsewhere as well. Or is it like a one-way thing?
We would need to have a point where we could teleport to, at least where I could teleport to, and then.
Right, that's useful, I guess. So no teleportation. Do you have access to flying by any
Yes.
chance?
Two.
Well,
That
there you
is
go.
our current idea.
In direct path, it's a lot shorter than doing it on the ground. Plus, if you're doing underground, you'll have to go through some areas that will most definitely slow you down.
And the Caves of Hunger, does that say anything to you? Would you believe they're in
Caves
this
of what,
area?
sorry?
Caves of Hunger.
Caves of Hunger. I mean, we know that it is supposedly an entrance to something hidden. We have not been able to figure out what that hidden is, but apparently it's supposed to be an entrance. And you hear the grandmother goes, "It is rumors still, and it probably has no bearing reality." You see, like she doesn't seem to believe it's real. The young scout is a bit more like, sure, grandmother, but he doesn't seem convinced. He believes clearly that something might be there.
I would ask him, where do you think the entrance to those caves might be found, in what area? And I would show him basically the two spots that we've been marked. One would be the one from the speaker here, one would be his spot where there was a lot of activity.
Hang on, my wonderful girlfriend just brought me a Subway sandwich.
Oh well.
Thanks, guys.
He was like,
What? Food? Food
Oh
of
my
me?
God.
Oh,
And now the dog comes and wants to join the festivities, right? Right, buddy? Right? Come here. Come here. Run away then. Sorry. He points to the general area that where he pointed at before. He says, to the best of our knowledge, most of the activities that has been seen, especially over the last couple of days, has been in this direction, in this area. And he kind of like there where he circled. It's hard to pinpoint because we were not unable to get closer. If we get any closer, we would have to go into a fight.
oh.
so you believe that's where the entrance would be, where there was most
That-
activity?
It would be my guess. Why else would there be so much activity in that specific area? It's possible that it might just be a ruse, or it might be something else than an entrance, but it's my best guess.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We also have, from reports yesterday, that it seems more interesting party are traveling towards this area. It seems a lot of activities from a lot of the record, different kind of record groups. These were the groups that you met when you're doing your tests with the Ice Maiden.
Mm-hmm.
Several of these tribes are apparently traveling towards this area. We have reports of he kind of like goes through them again a couple times because we have reports of apparently of a white tiefling leading a band of unsavory looking people who came from, well, if my information is correct, they came from either Caer Dineval or Caer Cornic and are also traveling up towards this area.
Does their armor look black in any nature?
Indeed it did, apart from the white tiefling, who was, very recognizable, I suppose.
Did they have any weird ass shards in their possession?
Unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to get that close.
Okay.
We have to keep our distance unless we want to start a fight.
Alright.
We also have report of an older woman on a dog sled towards the area.
Yeah.
Anyone with her?
Not from what we can see. It was a dog sled pulled by 8 dogs, which is unusual. Usually it's only 4 or 6, especially if it's only one person. So she was going at a high speed. From what we can gather for the last couple of days from our different scouts, it seems that he has been traveling almost non-stop with little to no sleep.
Right. Thank you.
So from what we can gather, a lot of different people, tribes, clans, and other are traveling towards this area. We have been keeping eyes on it, and we're getting information in as they come. Luckily, we are able to use things like sending and messages to be able to keep information readily new But you'll have to excuse me. This is the best information I can give. For now, I have to wait until more information comes in our direction.
How long do you think it would take that woman to reach this area? From the information that you have and the speed that she was traveling at.
With the current information we have, and if she keeps up this speed, she will reach it today.
In how many hours?
Hard to say. It's impossible to say. These informations are several hours old, and what has happened in that time frame is extremely hard to say. Unfortunately,
But she might be exhausted as soon as he arrives.
it's possible.
She might.
It's possible.
I see. Thank you a lot.
And kind of like gives a small bow and then looks over at the grandmother, who just bows again, and he runs away.
Well,
Are we ready? Sounds like there's no time to waste.
but grandmother, is there are there any pathways that I could at least plant seed in so that I can teleport from that area once we are done with our business there?
It's hard to say. For you to be able to do so, you will need to find a suitable place to plant the seeds that you need to be able to travel. From the area of which they tell, it seems that it's an extremely inhospitable place. So my thoughts are it would be unlikely, but perhaps possible.
All right.
You have a circle that is further north that might lead us closer to this area, and I would point to that area.
Unfortunately not. You have to remember that it has been undergoing a brutal winter for many years now. It's only here we've been able to keep it down somewhat using magic that this has been possible. Now that she's gone, it might be possible again, but not something that is already prepared, unfortunately.
All right. Well, thank
In
you.
that case,
regardless. Then it's best for us to move towards that area. Thank you for all your information.
Well, of course.
I guess we would go to an area where we got a lot of space to turn. I would again say to Ariel, if you do the first polymorph on Onyx, I will have one high-level spell slot left in case, well, we get into some trouble. To counter
If we meet the wrong person, one spell slot won't be.
No, I
any
mean,
help.
I have.
If we meet the white
multiple
tiefling, then we will have a big issue.
Well, we need to get there fast. So
Yeah.
we don't really have a
Just
choice.
saying. No, sure. I just don't prefer running into very skilled wizards.
I think we'll be fine.
I think Alara does have a point there. If we're close towards the area, just get somewhere outside, cast a bubble, and then rest.
We can do that. Yes.
I mean, if they open the way before us, we still have some direction in where they are going. Wizards are not meant to be a little bit clean with their work, so they probably have cut it into the eyes or did something that we can.
I mean,
track.
we know that Villain is able to push through because of her spell.
The
She can
book,
remove
yeah.
exhaustion at least once.
Yeah. Okay.
And as soon as she is there, the dogs will be able to rest. She won't need them anymore. But she can't cast her Greater Restoration without at least resting after a while. So she'll have to rest at some point, which I assume will be when she arrives there.
Yep.
So I still believe we should head there as fast as possible and then decide as soon as we're there.
Yep.
Okay. Then you cast the first polymorph on Onyx, and Onyx, please, in about an hour, land so I can cast the second one.
And you could
Without us
cast it
falling out
well
of
in
the
the
sky.
air.
Yes, I would do that if we start falling. Or
Oh.
energy. If it's like, if we're like an hour in and he's already polymorphed, could I polymorph him with my spell? Would that work? So that there is basically a fluid transition. Would we need to land and then I polymorph him and then we go, or can I just do it while he's
Well, technically,
like a recast?
If he is already under the effect of a spell that has changed him, he would have to be taken out of that, and then with an action,
So we land.
which means you would have 6 seconds of free falling, and then we will see what happens after that. If you want to try,
land.
if you want to try it,
Nope.
I'm all for it. Go for it.
Nope. We
Oh,
land.
okay,
It's
well
fine. I'm
Why
fine.
you don't decide that?
That's true.
Onyx,
All right.
Onyx,
All
I
right.
hope you're ready to try out flying once. And
Sure.
I'm gonna use my. I'm gonna plant staff and use my magic to turn him into a giant eagle.
Snake. No.
And
Oh, damn, wrong
Into a
one.
giant toad. Ow.
And I
Into a
hop
spider.
onto Onyx's
No.
back.
a weasel.
I hop on Onyx's back, and we go.
And I use wild shape to turn into a giant eagle. And I. Which one wants to be grabbed and one wants to go on the back? That's.
I'm on the back. I'm definitely not gonna be grabbed.
It would be super uncomfortable for like
Yep.
4 hours. Oh,
Yep,
God.
and I grab with my talents. I grab a random.
Brother.
Oh no!
Good, because while we are flying over, I'll look if I see a,
Ooh,
see any
good,
place
good
of
idea.
particular, noticeability. Places like maybe the hair could stay, for example.
Sure.
It's a lot easier when you're under the eagle.
How far up are you flying? Out of curiosity.
1,000 miles.
I don't want to fly too high. I don't want to be
Damn.
cold.
1,000 miles. We're in space.
Well,
We're
you
space eagles.
you managed to reach the stratosphere and plummet to the ground.
Oh.
We flew too close to the
No.
sun.
Yes. God damn it, Icarus.
Oh no. I think about 100 feet would be
100? Oh God, no, higher than that. Jesus Christ.
200,
About to say
300.
that's
Oh,
not-
yeah, let's say like half a mile at least, maybe a mile.
Half a mile, 500 feet. Okay.
Probably
500
a
feet in the
mile.
air.
Yeah.
Half a mile and 500 feet is a large difference.
Okay, half a mile.
Half a mile.
Half a
That
mile
was
is
like
fine.
2,500 feet.
Yeah,
Fine.
meaning,
Half a mile should be
meaning
fine.
that when Rengo's trying to look, he's like, I can see the little dots down there.
Is that a little hag dot?
Something.
Let me roll a perception, natural 20, please.
So you have the map available. So draw where
12
you're
and a
going
half.
on the map.
Well, we would go into this
12 and a half.
straight direction. I mean, I guess it might be a little difficult to go into that straight direction. So maybe Rendriel should like lead us, I guess. But in the beginning, it should be easy to remember this cross section of the river that we'll be heading towards. So like somewhere here.
Yeah, I assume that you follow each other and wouldn't be that hard
Right.
to do. And eagles are not. Like, they're intelligent, so don't worry.
Yeah.
They know.
But is Onyx intelligent? Yeah, he is.
You know what? He is. He's just not very wise, maybe.
Strangely intelligent, yes.
It's a different thing.
And then around here, around that river, we would land. I hope.
Yeah.
I hope. Well, we'll see, but I hope.
I mean, I still
I'm
have
just
a
gonna
few
keep
hours.
flying.
Huh?
I'm just gonna keep flying. You can catch yourself
Okay.
falling.
Okay, so he doesn't do it, and we start falling. And I'm gonna try and cast polymorph where we fall.
Okay. Well,
Oh.
yeah. After an hour, your body just, and you're now piggybacking on Onyx in midair.
God damn it, Onyx!
then
And
you
I.
just start,
Mm-hmm.
like, flying down.
See, like a bullet.
Sure. Make me a Constitution check.
Constitution.
Yeah, like a concentration check to see if you are.
I just realized, by the way, I have a +2 on all my ability checks, and I never used it before. So that's a 20. Oh no, it is automatically used. Never mind. Yep, so that's 21.
Okay, so you can cast a spell.
I cast a spell.
Within 21, you basically expected Onyx to do this. And you're like counting in your head when it's like, now, hold on, cast it.
All right,
Onyx,
so then
for like 6 seconds, Onyx, you're like cannonball, just. And then 6 seconds later, eagle again.
okay. And then as soon as we're on the eagle again, I would tell him, this might not work next time. And then we will go for the next 12.5 miles for the next hour.
Just fly the entire way, guys. It's fine.
Rendell.
Huh?
Give me a perception check, Rendell. Okay. As you reach,
11.
as you're reaching around this point here on your travel, you see what looks to be a weird spire in this general direction here. And engulfed in basically the whole area, like a huge area around this, perpetual cold seem to still very much be present. There doesn't seem to be any changes in nature. There doesn't seem to be any changes in anything at all. They're a very localized sky. Right, yeah, that is different from yours. Now, from up you are, it's normal and sunshine, and everyone likes it except one of you. But further down, still many miles. Still some like up in the area there. Like if you were traveling about, let's say, maybe 2-3 miles more to the west, you would be flying inside this weird formation of clouds that looks almost like perpetual thunder or snow clouds. Seems to be a very localized area of just not fun.
And you can't really see to the bottom as well because it's so
Not
cloudy,
really,
or-
but you can see that was the section from where you are. Like it looks just the tip of what it looks like to be a spire.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then after that happens, I will see if Onyx lands. I think he said no, but I didn't hear it.
Yeah, the mic didn't pick up. No.
Okay. So we'll start falling out of the sky one more time.
It's trying to be a dick. Yeah, mate.
Sure. Make me a concentration check.
Constitution.
Same.
Right.
13. Okay. This time you try to hold on, but as he goes into Onyx, you are separated from each other.
Mm-hmm.
And within those 6 seconds, you have managed to gain a little bit of separation from each other. So
Mhm.
as you cast Polymorph on Onyx midair, you are about 30 feet away from each other. You are dropping fast, and he's now stopped because of the wings. But you are dropping. And you're
I'll try
dropping fast.
to catch him.
Okay, sure. Roll me a dexterity check with the eagle.
Good
8.
job. You fucking retard.
You fly down towards him, but you overestimate it. So you manage to, like, overshoot, and he is still plummeting, and he's plummeting fast.
How far am I away from the ground? Because I've got some things to do, but then I'll lose concentration on polymorph.
I mean, you just start falling. You're not like falling direct down. You're like shot out, and then you crest it down towards the ground.
Can I try to like somewhat navigate myself like people do when they like make them feel small or big and blah blah blah?
Sure, make me an acrobatics check. Sure, you'll be able to somewhat direct your own path.
Okay, towards Onyx. That
So
would be
Onyx,
towards
try
the-
again with advantage. And 15, you do manage to grab him, not having him on her back, but you grab him by the talon, and he's now with you, but he's less comfortable. The other eagle and the group is also far ahead of you now.
I'll start to regain some altitude and try and follow them again.
Sure. You gather you're about maybe 500 feet away from each other now. Like the other group is about 500, maybe 600 feet ahead of you. And you're not gaining since you are at the same speed.
Okay. So then we would get to up about here. And I think this might. Well, we could get here first, I guess, and then land. But I would start when we get around here, in this area. I would also, since I'm now at the bottom on the talons, I would start looking around if I see anyone traveling beneath us.
Okay. Both you and Erendril can make a perception check.
I mean, eagles can also make a perception check. I'm just saying.
I mean, sure, but they're not focusing down like you guys are.
It's true.
Focusing on doing my job.
You don't really see that much, Eladio. Seems the endless white. Randall with a 22, you do see further towards the area that has been marked on your map, where these Cave of Hunger should be, that there are groups coming closer into that place. And where would you be landing? Somewhere around.
Well, right now we would be here after the last polymorph is gone. So since Adriel and Elara and Erendril are in front of us, I guess we'll just see if they want to land here or if they want to continue.
How long time does your wild shape last?
Half of my level.
Long enough.
Hours.
So you'll have time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Around just about where you are, a little bit northwest of there, so it would be around here. There are a group of what you can see around the world, a group of what looks to be like these wretched groups that you have been meeting before, like these tribal groups, and they are waving up towards you guys, like doing like a big like down here kind of thing.
I kind of shout, so you know, loud skin, point them out.
Pilar, you would hear him shout and point, and would be able to see the same. I mean, and so would Levan's.
The eagles understand the languages as well. They understand common and.
He's using wild shape, so he can just speak common.
Oh well, fair enough. But Onyx would also understand if we speak common.
So, do you want to go down, or
They seem.
Alera, what do you think? Or is Alera just tucked inside like, the light of the sun?
Chimera is definitely trying to not be in the bright light, but she would just be like,
We
I
can
don't
go
care.
down. There's no light down there.
You decide, I don't care.
Okay. Wow. I'm going down towards the tribe.
Okay.
We would
Yeah,
see
well,
that, right? If
yeah.
they go down in front of us.
Yeah, you would.
Okay.
I'll
we
just follow
follow.
them down.
Okay.
Yeah, as you crest down at the ridge, you spot it's about a dozen humanoids
that are now rapidly approaching you. They have like cloaks flapping in the wind, and they're coming towards you like from an eastern side. From what you can see as they come closer towards you guys is about 10 red-haired warriors who has a banner with them of a giant elk. Unless they come over to you guys, you see this what apparently seems to be the leader, a human who holds his hand up and goes, "Greetings, greetings, mighty travelers. We have been expecting you. We assumed that you would have arrived earlier when the great news of the fall of the Winter Queen came. We've been waiting for days."
You've been expecting
You
us?
were expecting.
Yes, you are expected. Not only by us, it seems, but we have seen visions. But please,
Do we know the tribe specifically?
are you still gonna be in eagle form, or is it like?
No,
I'm,
Onyx.
I'm out of my eagle form as soon as I land, because then that's the
Onyx
time
would basically be out of the eagle form because the polymorph is over.
I put my friends down first before I change, because otherwise Lara falls and Randiral's like,
You're standing on them.
So yeah, as soon as we land, I would stop concentrating on polymorph, and Onyx isn't an eagle anymore.
no, not for Onyx. Like, what?
All right. The human leader comes over towards you guys, and with another human just behind him, who like this huge guy who looks like just a big warrior. He's by any means just actually bigger than Onyx. Like, he is huge, just pure muscle, it seems.
And metal armor.
There is some metal armor on him. He has both hide armor, and then he has like from one shoulder down to the hip, he has like this half chainmail. That is either his own design or probably been broken up through fights. But yeah. The other one, human, goes, "My name is Mjolnir. I am a shaman of the elk tribe. This is Hengar, our most noble warrior. We have had different visions about this area, and since, well, the culminations of a lot of things, it seems. From the rumors we hear that the Frost Maiden is dead. Is it true?"
Yes.
Yes.
That is fantastic news. But things are set in motion. That doesn't seem to be able to be stopped. From the visions and the warnings that we have been given, it's confusing. Maybe it will make more sense to you. The vision we had is tigers with ice in their vein has come to spill blood upon the snow. And they will do everything in their power to keep you and everyone else from finding what the Frost Maiden has tried to preserve under the ice. We don't know what it is that she has tried to preserve down there. But we know the vision has led us here, and it will lead us a little bit northeast further. If you will allow us, we will escort you towards the Wretched Glaciers.
Okay.
That sounds great. Yeah. We'll take up that offer.
Good. Then, let's be on our way. And he kind of like gives a loud whistle, and everyone kind of, they encircle you guys, but not in a threatening way, more like in a protective state.
Do I recognize this tribe or the sign of this tribe?
No, not. The elk one is not one of those that you have met. However, when he mentions Tiger Tribe, that is the tribe of which you were to kill some old and children had the marks of tiger on their
okay. Okay.
Whether that's related or not, don't know. But that's the only connection you would be able to perceive.
Okay. While we're traveling, I mean, we are now around
Like you stood up at
Yeah,
normal
right?
time and did all your stuff and stuff, and you've been flying for 1 to 3 hours.
Yeah,
Like now it's about 4.
yeah. So while we're traveling, I would ask a couple of questions like, we've been told that there was a white tiefling heading in this direction, as well as an older woman.
I don't know about the older woman, but we have seen sightings of the white tiefling. She is fortunately behind us. You will be able to reach the glacier area before she arrives. I assume by how you're saying that she's not on your side.
Most likely not, no.
Noted. We will try to gain more information to see how close they are. He kind of like gets 2 of the younger ones, briefly talks to them, and they begin running back from where you came and backwards.
Before she commands them to go, I would just tell them they have to be careful with her. She's powerful.
They just nod their flanks and just keeps running. They seem to be knowing what they're doing, but they take your information to heart. Other than that, they kind of like just push you guys forward and escort you.
These caves of hunger. We've been told that they are what leads to an ancient city below the ice.
Well, it's beyond. Well, it's beyond what I can even begin to fathom. I am not surprised. I've never heard about an ancient city, but it is clear that something has been hidden. Not to be found, at least not by us, but from what we can gather, it is an area that holds great respect and importance for the Winter Queen and her followers. The specific area that we will take you to is a massive glacier. Apparently it has some sort of importance. We just don't know yet enough, but with the visions we have, we know that you are the group that we need to get there as fast as possible.
What have your visions told you?
That the Caves of Hunger is a terrible, dangerously place. It apparently holds monsters from a time that we can't even fathom anymore. Creatures that should be long dead. Creatures that should be extinct. Creatures who wish nothing good upon these lands.
Creatures like what? Beasts from another dimension, or?
It's impossible to say, but the visions we've had is just murderous creatures of different sorts. Nothing really specific. From the visions that we've been getting, it's just well, it's an extremely dangerous place. From what some of the visions has been told, it could be anything from ancient creatures of the Underdark to ancient creatures of different planes, or at a different time entirely.
But
as far as you understand, these caves has been standing still in time for hundreds and hundreds of years, holding creatures that should no longer be on this plane.
So is there any camp that you are held up with the rest of your of the other ones or the other tribes?
No, we are one of the few record types that has nothing to do with the Ice Maiden, and it has cost us dearly not having so, but
Proudly, we stand outside of her influence. It is
I see.
not to be said on many of the other tribes, unfortunately.
Um,
And we don't blame all of them. A few of them, like the Tiger tribe, is happily following her, but other tribes are doing it out of fear and necessity.
mm,
It is easy for us to be morally superior when we could be able to fend for ourselves, but some of the groups, some of the different tribes had their choice of either following her wishes or be slain. And I do not fault them for choosing not to be exterminated.
yeah. Is there anything your tribe needs in supplies that?
Right now we need to get your group here to this place so that you can either close it up for good or maybe remove the threats coming from whatever it is in there. We have heard, when you come close, you will know that it is not of normal humanoid design. It is something different,
See.
otherworldly, and it has apparently given risen to creatures that also resides in the Underdark. Creatures like, well, the worst of creatures. From some of these things that we have heard, there has been seen this skull flying around with flames surrounding it. Different kind of kobolds and gnolls, but they were twisted and wrong. And this weird big creature with many eyes.
Hey, Spider.
Was it?
What did he say? Sorry.
Hey, Spider.
Well, it was not described as a spider, more like a huge, almost round singularity with these different kind of eyes poking
Oh
out of it.
no! Oh no! Oh no!
yeah.
Oh no!
Yes.
Oh no! Eladio
gotta
turns
be
around and
happening.
leaves. Eladio turns into an eagle and flies away.
Was asking you, but we fine first.
I'm out of here. Okay.
Well, we're not gonna be fine. That's for sure.
Let's just say we'll need a long rest.
Yeah.
You should be rested and ready.
Yeah.
You think so?
Yes.
Maybe also we should make friends with Valin again. Just maybe, and maybe also the white
Maybe
tiefling,
friends
just in
with
case.
Valin.
Yeah, sure, we
Yeah,
will
no.
totally become friends with the white tiefling.
However, as far as our scouts report, that is not the worst of the creatures down there.
Ah, Jesus Christ!
Oh.
Is there a white dragon?
That's
There are
Concerning.
yeah.
there are rumors of even fouler creatures.
Oh God.
Ike?
Creatures that feed and live on blood.
Oh.
Creatures that is not just living in winter, but are winter themselves. Creatures that shouldn't exist in this area. Shouldn't exist on this plane. But surely it's a task that a brave group of adventurers like you will be able
Yes,
to
of
take on.
course. No problem.
Slayer of the gods. That's definitely what we need right now, and he just keeps on tracking.
Oh no! Oh God! Oh no! Oh
Champion.
no!
It was at this time that the group was like, guys,
Oh shit! Guys, we're fucked up, guys. Oh
Go with
shit!
flames around it. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, the ball
Guys,
with many
yeah,
eyes.
flying
Fuck, beach is fuck.
We
Okay.
are going to have a rough time down there.
We're going to
Gonna be
die.
fine.
Okay, find Flynn.
Find Valin, beat her up once, then it's fine.
Take the book and then
Take the
push her in front of the ball.
You guys,
I said the beholder.
as you guys keep traveling, you travel for about 3 hours more as sun is now gone. It is dark.
What would be like?
From where you guys would be with a little bit of travel, I would say about
Right here.
About here.
Ah, shit.
From traveling with them, has been sun out here. About there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah. No. No. Okay.
But the tribe goes, well, we recommend that we try to get some rest. It will be troubling days for all of you ahead, I assume.
The woman that is on the way.
We are on
with
the
the
lookout.
threads.
We have sent out scouts, and we will keep sending out scouts throughout the night. While you get rest, we will try to do our best to localize her.
What I'm saying is, she has a book that is apparently needed to open the caves, get into the caves, go through the caves. We don't really know. But she has that book. And it would be unfortunate if she reaches first and then enters without us.
Don't worry. We will let no one enter. Other than you, of course, if that's your wish.
For some fucking reason.
But we're still some hours away from there. We will keep a lookout.
Okay. If we're in a spot that has enough space, I'll cast the bubble. And he'll be like, what the fuck?
He gets pushed out the bubble.
No, I would allow him in.
Oh, okay.
Only him. Only him. And the others, of course.
Well, as you do it and he enters the bubble, he goes like, what kind of magic is this?
This
Surely
is-
you must be very powerful.
This is a warm bubble magic.
I have never heard of the ancient technique of warm bubble magic.
Well, you are welcome to stay here if you want to.
Alas, I cannot. I have our young men out, and I would not be setting a right example if I did not join them in trying to keep the peace here while you rest.
I understand.
And he kind of like turns around and he goes up to the bubble. And he's like putting his hand on, and is like slowly going through. He's like clearly not understanding. Clearly not understanding what the fuck's going on.
And then when he's outside, he can't see us anymore. Ho ho.
Well, it's not
he
like
can.
it's invisible.
No, he can't see us anymore because it's opaque.
Yeah, he can't see you guys, but you can see the fucking bubble. That's just there.
Yeah, he can see the bubble.
So
Yeah.
large white dome here.
So we sleep. I think. I hope. I hope.
That depends on you guys. Do you sleep?
Before I go to sleep, I make a start.
You make
Before
what?
I go to sleep.
You make a what?
Make a start on infusing the bracers.
All right. Make me a. What tools do you have at your disposal?
Do I see him start doing something?
I have Tinker's tools, Thieves tools, Smith's tools, Leatherworking tools, cook utensils, disguise kit.
Cooking utensils.
Yes.
That's the ones you use.
Let me just pull up your character. That's easy. Would be a tinker tool. It's fine.
You got this. You got this, boy.
Natural one. Oof. All right.
Holy
From-
shit!
From your understanding of the process, it is going very well. You seem to have made
Jesus
great
Christ.
progress.
That might have been the best roll we've ever had in this campaign. 32.
You take out the
Jesus.
item and then you look over it a little bit and you're like, oh, like that. That's easy. Click, 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 and then you just hammer it through and it's like, meh, that wasn't hard. But as you know, that's just the first
No.
phase of it. But that was great success. Well done.
Great success. Okay.
Before I go to sleep, I stay to help. Can I have that book of yours for a moment?
Just I would mention you were concentrating on Velin, and if we now change the subject, you might need to do that again. And it seemed like you did a very good job last time. So maybe we should just leave it the way it is.
Why do you want him
For
to
now?
keep concentrating on Velin when she's right behind us?
Well, actually, you can check to find out where she is right now. Maybe it says something new.
You want me to check on?
You haven't changed anything, right? So it should still be in there, right?
Well,
I check in the book.
I mean, but I can certainly try checking
Okay.
if there's something.
As you look in the book, it is your story being written, not hers.
Okay.
So that would be a no, Ladio.
Okay.
I mean, if you guys want to give it a go yourself,
No, but thank you
That is why I asked the book.
for tonight. Well, yeah, you can give it to him.
which one wants it?
I do. I'm the only one who asked.
And here you go.
I'll
brother.
give it to Eladio. Okay.
I try to focus on Millennia. And else. Perhaps that, perhaps not wife.
As you get it immediately, it's still just writing Adriel's story.
Close it and try to focus.
It's theme that, from what Adriel also learned, that you will have to focus on it for some time. But
Right.
during this time, it's apparently shows the story of the last one who was in possession, and for about an hour, it just keeps on showing and writing Adriel's story.
Adriel is meditating, still meditating, still meditating, still meditating.
Adriel's going to the bathroom. Oh no!
Adriel poops a very big poop into the forest.
Oh,
While detailed, not that detailed.
He looks at it and he thinks it was magnificent.
But for a brief, like at least for
Oh.
that hour, you have access basically to his thoughts and doing.
Bit creepy.
Oh, I'm thinking that I will help check out the beginning from before we really met.
Okay, so, like if you go through the book, you can see it goes all the way back to where he was born, and then it just retraces all the tracks that he's been through in his life. When the hour is up, the book, all the letters just become untangible for you and unreadable. As you kind of close it and open it again, all the letters just gone, and it starts writing your story.
I instantly close it.
Okay.
Try to focus on Millennia.
On who?
Millennia.
Okay. Roll me an intelligence check. Comes up with this is the story of, and then it just basically writes the start of her name, and then it goes on intangible. It keeps writing, but you don't understand the writing.
Very annoyed, I give the book back to Adriel.
Okay. Make me a charisma saving throw, please. No, you don't. You keep reading. You're fascinated. from what you guys see, he's just reading. Are you guys doing anything else in this?
Good rest.
Hour?
Let's see. Yeah, I'm going up to Alara. Hey, are you feeling any better after your whole?
I'm still trying to put things into the right place.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't know how much you know about my sister and how much I
Not
told you and how much you want to know, but
as much as you want to share.
she was a glorious person. She was literally the opposite of me. She was happy, she was cheerful, she was loved by everyone. I loved her too. She was the only person I could ever say I loved. And that one day, I came into the tavern she worked at, and I sensed something was wrong, and there was this follower of Lol, at least I believed, up until Oriel said something different. And he was threatening her. And when he realized I was her sister, he just went berserk and killed her, and I couldn't help her. And up until where we were in the castle, I believed it was all just because of my parents that were somewhere killing the followers of Lol, which I understand and I fully support, but Aurel said that this wasn't the real case, and I don't know. I'm confused. I don't know if my sister now just died for a cause I don't understand, because I still don't know what my role in all this is.
Oh, I personally can't say how the structure of your society works and how things like that will go. The only thing I can really tell you is, if she died for a cause that she believed in, then
I am not sure about that. I always thought that her death was meaningless, was just an act of revenge from them. And of course it was not good for me to know that, but that was at least something I could understand. But now,
Yeah.
with maybe having heard that because I was meant to meet you and meant to fight along you, I don't know if this makes it better or worse for me.
Well, fate goes beyond whatever we want to know. We can't control it. It goes along our path, and the only thing is that fate changes because we do things. I mean, I don't know if we go back to Cover, if how many of my family is still alive. From what the demons are doing there, they are getting an upper hand, so it could possibly be that some of them died there.
I mean, a lot of us lost a lot of people. If I can trust what Oral said, the only living person of my family is my mother that I never met before. And I don't know where she is. I don't know what she's doing. But right now, I just hope that whatever we are doing right now, it just is a thing that does the right thing, you know? I hope that at least in the end, we can have a good reason why my sister had to die.
Yeah. I think that's something that we should at least do. But what I also think is, from my understanding and what you wanted to explain, the demons took something from you, right? not only her memories, but did they take her as well?
That's at least what Aurel said.
And
It
And
wasn't. It wasn't a demon that killed her, but if
no,
that guy killed her because of that, then I don't know.
that's something I don't know. But if her soul is taken by them, then at least it's still up to us to save her if we get the chance to do it.
I can only hope. But you know, being with you guys, even though I might not have been able to show it all the time, but it helps. You grow to be a family to me, and I just try to hold on to that. And besides that, I'm also right now gathering, I don't know, a bit of hope through other stuff that I came across while we were on our journey.
Yeah.
And I just hope it helps.
Yeah. Of course. And we are here if you need anything.
I know. You know, funny enough, and she is like grabbing her bag and trying to find something. And she pulls out that one book that none of you saw before, that she had taken in the chamber before you guys came. And she's handing it to Adriel. I found this thing. That's a book of a goddess. That's not.
Do you give it to?
No,
him?
I'm just showing him like
Okay.
that's. I'm like.
Okay.
I found that, and it's about a goddess.
Yeah.
She's not very well known in Eberron.
Make me a
but
charisma check.
Charisma check.
Saving throw. Sorry, charisma saving.
Dear. Oh god, I'm so bad at those. Yes,
But
I
you're
am.
so charismatic.
I'm totally charismatic.
As you begin to explain, you get this unnatural, weird feeling that you are about to talk about something that you probably shouldn't. You can't really ascertain where it comes from or why, but you have this feeling of you are about to indulge information that is for you and not everyone else. You just get this weird
Give me a second to think about how I wing it now.
feeling that
Oh, you're not charismatic. You'll just be like.
that you're like maybe not so much details, maybe more. You know,
You know, like that just helped. Reading it. I
That's good.
didn't think reading would help, but you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That you can find hope.
But can I see what the book?
It's not
Exactly.
important. And I'm
No,
just
no,
grabbing
but-
out the book of laws and like it's
Yeah.
just like this one, and I'm handing him
But
this.
she had the book right in front of me, so I should have.
Yeah,
was
but-
there a title on it, or was it just blank? It was like the book cover was blank for the rest.
I assume it would still be in the wrapping it's in, unless she's taken it out. But then it would just be a book in a fine wrap, like a very, very extremely fine what you think looks like silk material, but it's not really material that you've seen before.
Okay.
It just looked very fine, and it had this dark. Doesn't really describe the color
Uh-huh.
because that wouldn't be dark enough. It's like this weird material that, with your passive perception, it almost looks like it's grabbing light from any source it can and just dragging it in. It looks like that,
Okay.
but when you kind of like blink a few times, you're like, no, it's just this weird, very fine black silk. But it has that, when you keep looking at it, just this empty darkness that's extremely dark.
Well, I think that's a good thing. It's a good thing that you found something that you can find comfort.
I
mean,
really think it helps.
And did the Book of Love reveal anything that got you sim?
Well, it gave me some information that I didn't have before. It made me, let's say, understand their ways a bit better, even though I'm not sure if I want it. I don't know
Well-
if I really want to understand them, but it did that.
Well, with understanding comes that you know your enemy and know how they would
That's
act
true.
in certain situations. So if we do experience a drow that have that, and we are not in any way or shape or form capable of fighting them when they are with too many, you can at least ascertain what you should do. As a love devotee.
I'm not sure if I would ever stop trying to kill them when we meet them, even though they are outnumbering me. They are the only group of people that I would just kill. They took everything from me.
Did you even kill their children for it? Even though
No.
they don't know?
It's
That's-
basically I don't care if it was a demon that made him kill my sister, but it was one of them, and most likely one of them killed my father, and I don't even want to know what they did to my mom.
Oh. We're gonna battle them together, that's for sure. If we meet them.
I hope.
I hope the reading helps. If you need, we may try to procure more books if you are interested in reading.
Yeah, maybe when we are somewhere with a better library than Bryn Shander, maybe we find something.
Sean had a great library, I've heard,
Good to know.
and Rome had one too.
I
Good to
mean,
know.
If we meet that, if we go back there, maybe we can.
I would love to.
Yeah, Bryn Shander is not known for its library.
but we have a couple of
Unfortunately.
books.
Knowledge.
Yeah, but unfortunately,
I know, Gecko, I know. Don't worry.
We do have a couple of books from a
You know.
half god, so
you do have some. You do have some that has been grabbed and
That was
might
a better library.
get in those areas, but
yeah.
you haven't really seen through them. So it's hard.
Let's save them for the library of Bryn Shander, so
Yes.
everyone in the whole world can
The overall value of
feed from
that
their
library will
knowledge.
be increased tenfold.
10 more like 100.
But then let me wish you a good night and then take some rest
Yes. Rest well.
too. And then I'm going off to bed.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm pretending to sleep, and when I realize everyone is asleep, I'm taking out the book.
Well, one thing that catches your mind as everyone else is going to sleep. Eberron is not sleeping; he's still reading.
Well, yeah, but wait, he's still reading. Okay, I think I will first go up to him, and I would just look and just try to talk to him. Just
doesn't pay you any attention. He just completely ignores you.
I'm trying to reach out for the book.
As you come closer, he just pull away a little bit.
Yeah, I thought so. I'm waking up Adriel.
Hey. Hey.
Arendriel seems weirdly addicted to the book.
Weirdly, how?
He does not react to me or anything else, and when I come too close and try to reach for the book, he moves away. I don't know what's wrong, but there's something wrong.
It's that time again. Okay. So I gotta go over to Arendriel. Hey, brother, you've been reading the book for quite some time now. It's time to close it.
He completely ignores you.
I'm gonna reach for the book.
He pulls back.
I'm casting Hold Person.
Sure. Eberron, make your save.
Wisdom, nice.
I don't know. I don't remember. I think it is. It's usually a save when
Hold
wisdom save when it's in
Person
that
is
category.
a wisdom saving throw.
Is whole person that considered charming effects?
No.
Unfortunately not. It doesn't take over your mind. Just
Screw you, I'm fine.
Ooh, just
You-
made it. Just made
you
it.
cast it on him, and he kind of like for the first time he kind of looks up with you with these blank eyes. They Okay. He's looking at the book, and as you begin casting your incantation, and you like say do what you need and make your hand motions, while you're doing this, his eyes kind of like look up at you, and they go from being just this weird blank stare to just this black, smoky looking effect out of his eyes. Like you swear you can see a bit of black smoke seeping out of his eyes. And as you cast the spell, the smoke flares up for just a split second and blocks the incantation. No effect.
Wait, his eyes started smoking?
Or if you want to play it this way, you can
What the
also,
fuck?
you can also take it outside.
I mean, I'm asleep. I'm just like.
He's just sitting there. He's now looking at you. Make me a perception check as well.
Yeah.
Both you and Elara.
Perception. Wow. I'm just
Great.
Well, Elara, you see it first. His newly acquired sword is floating about 5 feet above the ground, right between you guys. And it kind of like goes in between you guys and Eberron, blocking the way by itself.
Sure, I don't think that's a good sign.
No.
How far away am I from Eladio? Like, how big was the bubble?
It's not that big, so he would be like.
Okay, I'm trying to
within-
kick him.
Yeah, you would have to like take maybe 1 or 2 steps and then you kick him.
Yeah, I'm kicking him.
Sure, Eladio, you get a kick in the
Can I
stomach.
stay asleep?
and,
Can I stay
no.
asleep?
you,
Damn
get
it!
you get a sufficient kick in the stomach and just oh, okay, what?
Stand up. Look at
Deal
this.
0 damage, of course. Minus 1 strength modifier.
I look at it. What do I see?
You blink a few times and you see a Adriel who is still sitting down with the book.
Eberron.
And
Erendil?
sorry, yeah, and the sword who is standing by itself between Eberron and you guys. And you
So
see
the-
you see Onyx in the corner is still shut down.
So the sword can fly.
Look at his eyes.
His eyes are normal right now.
Yeah, are they? Okay.
His eyes are normal.
we have seen
Yeah, right.
this.
It was only for like a split second when the spell was supposed to take effect.
Okay.
They kind of
Yeah.
flared up.
Well, we can either take this outside or we do it here.
What do you want to take outside? I don't understand.
Well, the issue right now is that Randall does not react on anything, and
I see.
when we tried to get the book out of his possession, he just like flinched the cast away.
Rendrill, make me a charisma saving throw, please.
And then the sword started flying.
Okay. You begin taking the book and turning it towards the others so they can read what it is. And from what you guys can read, it says like the story off and then an E and then a lot of untangible words that you don't understand. And then suddenly it just stops. And then on the next page, it is writing about Erendriel. But it is in a, well, whom of you are able to speak Infernal?
Yeah, I can. Boop, boop.
I can't, but is it the same as Abyssal?
No,
No.
it's not.
Most
No,
likely
it's
not.
different.
Otherwise,
Oh.
Unfortunately.
Worth a try.
It says, and it will say the conversation that I will now have with Erendriel. So in terms of time, we just freeze it right there and go back for about an hour or so. While Lara was talking with you, Erendriel was having a conversation in private. So, Erendriel, as you're reading the book, and it suddenly begins going into this thing that you can't really understand, and you're like frustrated and about to start to close the book. But as you're about to close the book, it like flips onto one side, And on that side, it just say in Infernal, which you can read. At least in this case, you can.
Interesting.
Because at first it comes in words where you're like, and kind of like looking at it weirdly, but then it begins forming into what you can understand somehow. And it begins going like, you failed yesterday. I thought we had an understanding. I thought that you would be willing to take on the gifts that I can give, the power that I can bestow. Are you not interested?
I'm not sure what this entices.
Okay, and as you think that, it kind of like being written in the book, and the answer comes back. You fear for your family, your wife, your brother, your friends in the northwest of your home, those who guard the world from creatures like me. But I am nothing like the others. And things are changing. Not in a way that I like either. Things are changing at a rapid pace. Creatures are now in control that has not been in control for a long time. You know of whom I speak. The cat.
Stark.
Precisely. His forces are vast, plentiful, and many. If you think that things are bad in Korea, you have no idea just how bad they are. And if you think that your family is safe living so close to the demon wastes now with demons pouring over the border, you are even stupider than I thought. But I know you don't think that. You are smarter than that. So, from one disgruntled person, let me quote one of the best of quotes of time. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and I, Erendril, can be your friend.
What makes you different from the others?
What do we gain from destruction of the world? Nothing. What can we use with a broken world of nothing? Nothing. He wished to unleash the most foul of creatures, who has no wish other than see Eberron destroyed. Why would I wish Eberron destroyed? It has so much to still be experienced.
What do you want? What do you want from me?
What I want from you? A capable host.
Host for what?
Well, for me, of course. I, like yourself, is a bit of an outcast. And I don't see eye to eye with those in power of where I reside. I wish a change. I have heard of these distant plains, these distant areas, these marvelous places that Eberron don't seem to find themselves in. You see, you are not alone in your group in finding something outside of this ring. There is a veil protecting Eberron, and has done so for many, many thousands of years, keeping out the influences of other beings. That veil is thinning. I wish to see that veil removed. And you will help me. In return, I will grant you the powers necessary to protect your family, your friends, and whatever else you decide.
What would destroying this veil do? What would it cause?
If I'm to be honest, I don't know. I just know that the veil holds them back.
Them?
Them. As I said, there's one in your group who has already started poking at the veil. Started poking at someone wanting to try and get through. For thousands of years, even more, Eberron has been in its own little bubble, protected from other godly and ungodly interference. You see, the thing about gods is that they only want influence. They're not much different than the likes of me. Sure, we might have a different agenda now and then, but all in all, they just wish more power. Which of us don't? But the veil is thinning, getting weaker. Influences of others are already seeping through. And since one in your group is already aiding in that, I don't see the harm in you doing the same.
Why would I trust you?
What do you have to lose? By not trusting me, you won't gain access to what I can give you. And I can promise you, without the information and the powers that I can grant, your family's at risk. It's a simple choice. Align with me, and I promise you, I will help, I will assist, and I will grant. And no matter you look at it, being more powerful will only increase the odds of keeping your loved ones safe. It's a simple transaction. Something for something, a quid pro pro. You assist me in weakening the whale. I assist you in keeping your family safe.
But wouldn't weakening this veil only add more in?
It will certainly add amount of chaos to everything. But some of us enjoy chaos more than order. Order is only for those who are in control. Those who are not in control are just subjects of that order, being preyed upon, belittled, like the weak men you would find in a village, getting beaten up by who's in control of that order. I know the village. You know the village of which I speak. Your friends try to assist the people there, being suppressed by those in power. That's what control does. It gives powers to others, and those in powers will use that to control the weak. But with chaos, you set everyone free. It's a leveled playing field. That's what I want. Now, do you accept?
Yes.
Okay. As you guys are experiencing this weird phenomenon with Erendril, all of you are now awake and looking at him. The sword is like straight between you guys and him. And as he's looking at you guys and you're discussing whether or not you should take this outside, like real gentlemen, the sword begins flying or floating slowly over towards Eberron. Away from you guys. Until it floats into the sheath by his side. And as soon as you hear the satisfying click of the sword being sheathed properly, the book immediately shut close. Just like violently shut close. Not even by him, but just by its own force. And Eberron, you are back. You're like blink a few times. You're like, you remember everything that just happened. You don't remember anything that they have done. Like your focus has just been in the book and in your mind. So when you blink a few times and you see the book lying on the ground now, the others are like looking at you, standing up, looking at you. It's a little bit confusing. But you still have the other stuff in your mind.
I'll look at him and ask him, should we worry?
I don't see a reason to.
Seems the transaction that he had.
He's had previous transactions that we weren't a fan of.
Didn't we also meet a person in our travels that also had a dealing with a being outside of his control?
Remember, all these things that you just heard was in his head. You have no idea about it.
I thought we read it in the book, because he was reading it. He understand Infernal.
Oh, right. So it would only be Adriel who would be able to read it.
Right, I thought.
So unless
I thought he was
reading it out loud.
Yeah, that's what I thought happened.
Oh, no,
I just assumed
no.
this.
No,
He didn't read it out loud.
No,
Okay.
no.
Okay. Then I have no clue. Yeah,
Adriel, make me quickly an intelligence check, please.
Oh.
Just to see how much of that whole conversation you managed to get by the short time he's holding the book out. Okay, so you don't actually get to the point where he's accepted, but you understand that he has given Eberron an offer and has given out some of the details. And you would also been able to catch up that he's talked about weakening some kind of veil, but then the book closes. Because he is holding out to you guys, and it happens kind of at the same time. And then as soon as you say yes, the book will shut. So it's like trying at very quick speed, reading through and getting the most information. Okay. So in this case, you wouldn't be sure if he's taking the offer or not, but you know that it's on the table and you know roughly the details.
Okay. So, when he closes his book and he's looking at this, well, that cleared some things up. Sleep well.
Cleared up what?
And then I go over and I'm going to sleep.
I would turn towards Eberron and ask him what happened, what that sword is.
I don't know, when I just looked up, you guys all looking at me. Not sure what that's all about.
Well, I mean, you got this sword, and now it was flying. I guess that's strange, maybe a little bit, right? And then
magical swords do magical things.
About 1 minute ago, you weren't reacting to anything we're saying, and the sword seemed to be pretty hostile towards all of us.
I was very invested in the book. I just kind of
no,
threw
it
it
was a
away
little
and go
bit
to
of
sleep.
that. Great.
Seems normal. Everything that just happened doesn't seem normal, but he seems to be himself.
Okay. Well, I'll go back to sleep because I didn't see his eyes fucking smoke.
But I assume Adriel would have read out loud the things he read.
No, he didn't. Nope.
He didn't?
No,
Okay, then
no.
then unfortunately, Ladio, you have no idea.
No,
You know something's really weird and fucked up, but you just can't really put a finger to it. And then there's Onyx, who has been it's technically you are aware, but I mean, you shut down, so you don't even know either. You're just like, oh, he's just Erendra's weird again, whatever.
Yeah, normal, not a day.
Normal.
Yeah, he's been completely normal.
Another day, another curse, am I right?
Same for you, Ilara. I don't believe you can read Infernal. No, so you wouldn't have been able to either. You, of course, also know that something's just wrong. You were one of them who also saw the eyes. So
I'm very much not sure that he is normal. Or was
Yes,
normal.
Never been.
Alright, I'll be back in a minute, but I can hear everything, because...
Okay.
I think we'll just take a short break.
Yeah.
Oh, we can do that. Okay.
Yeah. Get something to eat, stuff like that. We still have things to do before traveling out, so yeah.
Your phone's so loud, Gecko.
Let's not
You
delve
didn't
too
know?
hard.
He
Let's
likes to
not
use
delve
that
too-
phone in
You really want to know?
in other matters.
Rhetorical
You know.
Well, pre-break, you guys had fun. At Rendril more than anyone, I guess.
So when we wake up, is the sun rising?
We don't even sleep
Well,
yet!
who are you going to sleep? That's
No!
the question.
Oh.
I still want to
wait,
read
I
in my
was
book.
sleeping.
Yes,
Oh, I see.
it's okay.
She's reading her Bible.
I'm reading my Bible.
Yeah,
And
basically.
when I do that, I'm confusingly talking to myself and asking myself what the fuck just happened that I felt the need to not talk, and I am whispering that out, so I'm not just having that in my head, but I'm like a little bit like, why was I not able to tell Adriel? I wanted to, but what stopped me? What does this book want to tell me? And I'm just like thinking a little out loud and reading a few pages.
Some of the stuff that you read touches upon the plane of which she created,
Mm-hmm.
which is in the book mentioned as Shadowfell.
Okay.
Which is a plane from where the souls of the death would have to go through before going on to a different plane where they would be judged. Basically.
Okay.
Thus, it's also a plane that harvests a lot of some would say negative energy. In the book, is just described as elemental chaos. It touches upon the place being created after that she was successful along with someone else in engineering the murder of Mistra.
Okay.
And that it is basically a plane of shadows that she has control of and keeps as her own.
Okay.
That's like the gist of it so far.
Okay.
Yeah, basically that's the information that you get before you begin getting like begin nodding a little bit.
Tired and yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. Is there any of the others of you guys who like want to do something?
Could I try the book to focus on Ananya again?
Sure. You open
Not
it
again.
and it's just blank. And as you start reading in it, nothing happens. It seems that its abilities are for the moment spent. And there is a limitation of what you can do with it.
Then I just go into meditation. So like 10 minutes of just going over my head what the fuck just happens.
Okay. You're still trying to wrap your head around it, but trying to figure out, did I make the right choice? What have I actually said yes to? And is whatever it was still here? And I guess you're thinking these thoughts, like no response or anything. It's just you, but it takes a while before you fall asleep. You fall into deep meditation.
Right. Is there anyone else who want to do something before you're going to sleep?
Not really.
No.
No.
Give me a second. All right, because as you do fall asleep, you all have a nice enough sleep. Like you've been sleeping in the bubble before. It's a bit tight in here, but manageable. And it's nice.
That doesn't sound nice.
Ilara,
Yes.
you you wake up from your sleep, and you are no longer in the bubble. In fact, there's no snow around you whatsoever. In fact, you are pretty sure pretty quickly that you are nowhere near where you were just before.
What do I see around me?
A lot of darkness.
I feared.
You find yourself at the edge of a cliff, which is like an edge of the mid-range of the cliff. This cliff that you're kind of looking up seems to be going thousands of miles upwards. It just keeps on going.
And
you're like in
down.
the middle of it. And as you're kind of looking over the area, you're looking down into a cavern, or like an open space between rifts and cliffs that just seems to expand outwards into this dark place. There's no sun whatsoever.
Must be nice.
And as you see a road that kind of like follows the mountain line that you are at, and about 100 feet away, the mountain road stops over to like a hanging bridge that seems to be going over to a peak in the middle between the mountains.
Can I go there?
Sure.
And I'm trying to go there.
Okay. You go there. It is like weirdly dark. You can still see with your abilities.
Okay.
And pretty far as well. But even you can gather that it is unnatural dark. Make me a perception check. Okay. As you're looking around and you're following this road, you see creatures. These shadowy creatures just floating around. Not paying any attention to you just as of yet. But they look like some form of spirit, but completely enveloped in shadow and darkness and floating around.
Are they far away from me or?
As you're looking around, they seem to be both above you and ahead of you, but not close to you and not paying you much attention. You see one drifting about 80 feet ahead of you, and it's drifting from open space and then suddenly drifting into the mountain. Just as
Okay. Well, I'm moving along the path.
okay. You follow the path, and as you come over, you see this hanging bridge that leads over to a some kind of spire. At least it looks like some kind of spire. And at the top of it, you see a black disc with a purple circle raised up like a banner.
I'm moving towards it.
The bridge is, as you begin stepping on it, not really made out of wood. As you with your 23 in perception, begin stepping over, you see it is kind of changing the whole way. And as you're like looking down at the steps you're taking, you see that these steps are not what you would expect would be wooden planks, or all these kinds of weird shadowy hands, members, torsos. Seems to be different kind of body parts, but enveloped in a deep shadowy mist that just seems to be used as a form of a bridge.
Not my favorite kind of bridge for sure. But seeing the banner, I just trust that bridge and move on.
Okay. As you go over to it, the bridge becomes more of a shadow in itself, like a deeper dark shadow than is here. So you can see it clearly, and it looks like a bridge, but it just has this weird shadowy feature to it, and you can like walk a cloud above them on the steps, and almost like it feels like you're stepping on some kind of a cloud, but there is purchase, and you can step over. Nothing really happens. As you come over to the other side, the building in front of you has this. Both, you gather that had it been someone from who are from the outside, or from the not from the Underdark, would probably find it both creepy and just wrong. You find it strangely beautiful in its roughness and its the way that it is built. There is a deep smell of blood, like in just the air hitting you. But as soon as you come over the bridge and you're actually on the other side, that smell dissipates. Almost like you're in a safe place. As you look around from where you were, the bridge now looks normal. It looks like a wooden bridge with just enveloped in shadow. And over on the other side of the bridge, like over where you just were, you see several of these shadowy figures looking back at you.
So now they are paying attention to me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But they are staying away?
They are not crossing the bridge.
Okay.
You also see a guy on the other side of the bridge. Elven features. But he has this weird cloak around him that kind of like stops you from seeing much more than his somewhat elven features. Tall, skinny.
Okay.
Has his hood down so you can't see his face.
Okay. But a actual person, like not a spirit this time.
From what you can see, when sometimes with the wind allows it, it seems to be actually having a face. With the others, just pure deep darkness in them, there seems to be a face. And as you look around and look over, you can also see hands. But looks to be a person. Just keeping an eye on you. Doesn't cross the bridge either.
I think I'm moving closer to the house and see if there's an entrance.
Okay. Outside there is a gate. And the gate also has the markings of that you have been familiar with. The black disc and a circle, a purple circle around it. And it has an inscription written on it in several lines. That says, "Blessed Night Singer, witness our adoration. See how we serve you, only you. We have emptied our hearts of falsehood. We have vanquished your foes. In darkness, we see your truth. Embrace us, your loyal warriors. Cloak us in your shadow. Guide us to your victory. Shah's will shall be done, as sure as night will fall."
I'm taking out the book, and I'm holding it like in between both hands, and I'm reading out loud what is standing there, just to.
I should read it out and present the book. You hear the hinge to the gate open slightly. It is no longer locked.
I will enter. But before I enter, I'm turning around and look if the man is still on the other side of the bridge.
Yes.
Well, I
With
will
several more shadows now.
Okay, I will enter.
Okay. As you enter, it is a dark courtyard. There's no flowers or anything, but there are a few plants that you recognize from being in the dark that are able to survive in just complete dark. They give a little bit of luminescence up here, but not much. And as you walk towards what is essentially what you thought was just some kind of a tower, maybe a spire of some sort, is now looking more and more like an actual castle. Just a dark, completely dark castle.
Okay.
And as you move up towards the stairs, towards the main doors, you look up in the sky, and more of these shadowy creatures are now beginning to follow around. They don't come close to you, but they're there, and they're watching, waiting.
Okay. I am crossing the courtyard and see if I can somehow get into the building.
As you cross the courtyard, and you see that there are now steps leading up to the place, and as you come closer, looks more like a almost like maybe a grand cathedral of sort, more than a castle. But
Okay.
you could swear that when you took the steps over the bridge that it wasn't this grand. You see there are like 10 steps up towards the doors.
I'm going towards the doors.
Okay. As you take the first step, you begin hearing voices around you. You begin hearing all kinds of voices around you. You hear different whispers. And it just keeps whispering around you all the time. And you begin hearing some going, fresh blood, new blood, welcome, welcome. She's here, here. And to take another step, the voices just become louder. And you swear that they're like right behind you, but every time you look around, they're still keeping their distance. There's more of them, but they're keeping their distance.
Okay.
And you begin hearing words like, blessed be the Shadow Queen, and all these different things that begin coming closer and closer. As you keep taking in more and more steps, these voices become louder and louder and louder. And every time you kind of turn around, they're just keeping the distance, but for each step, there's more of them. As you need only 2 more steps, you hear a female voice ringing out across the courtyard. Female voice that goes, halt. Not 1 step further.
I'm stopping
you-
and turning around.
There on the courtyard is a beautifully adorned, almost looks like a knight in this, not black armor, but it is normal armor, just blackened with some kind of material, with a big mace, helmet on, and a shield. And she's just looking up at you. A little bit bigger than you.
I will put up my hand with the book in it and just say, I think I'm supposed to be here.
Well, do you now? A lot of people have said that during the time that they're supposed to be here. Question if you're worthy. Why are you here?
Yes, I think that the Mistress of the Night can help me. and
What
I
is
can
her
help her.
name?
Char.
And what does she stand for?
She's standing for the darkness, for the night, and for the eternal fight against her sister and the light she brings.
Her sister. Who is her sister? Don't worry, you have time.
Saloon. Saloon.
As you speak that name, you hear several of the voices around you going, "Traitor, traitor, traitor! The light must kill the light, light, light!" And you just see her standing down there, like looking up as well, and just put a hand up, and immediately the voices go quiet. You see, Saloon is nothing but a liar and a trickster, trying to force some control, trying to force everyone under her control. Our mistress wished to see us free. The darkness holds the secrets. The darkness will learn of secrets and share them with those that they seem worthy. Why are you worthy?
I grew up in the darkness. I'm used to it. I know
As
that
are
in this.
most drows.
I know, but I never followed Lolth, and I have no reason to follow her. I'm not like the other drows. I'm searching for someone who can really help me, and I can help them.
As you say that, you hear the shadows going, "Lies, lies, lies. Drows not be trusted, lie, lie." He kind of like looks around at the shadows, goes, "I know of your kind. While I respect some of the aptitude that they have shown, they're flawed. You say you don't follow them?
No, they took everything from me. I would have no reason to follow them.
You come from a place where Sharn isn't really present.
That is true. I just learned about her because of a demigod that had her Bible. Oral, to be precise.
And what happened to this thief?
Oral was killed by me and my group. At least in the plane of existence she was in.
Good. My mistress will be happy to hear that.
And then I'm holding my book like a bit towards her and be like, and if that is not meant to be in my possession, I'm willing to give it back to you.
If it was not meant to be in your position, it would have been taken care of by now. I suppose we can say that that is at least some form of permission given.
I understand.
Well, shall we get this over with?
Please. Whatever it is, I will try to do my best to show you I'm worthy.
She takes her helmet off and she reveals a beautiful elven features. Black hair that's put like in a ponytail. Very white skin. With brown eyes. She looks at her going like, "Well, I think it is time that you show me if you're capable of actually be a mistress of the dark." So, and she kind of like just puts her hands out. Show me what you got, little drow.
Oh god.
What do you do?
I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing. I'm taking a step forwards to her and see how she reacts.
Standing her ground. One big mace in one hand and a shield in the other.
I am trying.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to cast false life on myself, thinking that I might need it.
Okay. Nothing happens.
I thought so.
You don't seem to fully understand it. There's been some descriptions in the book that you're trying to take from, but this is magic that you're not familiar with. And as you try, you just hear it go. Before she grants you any of those, you'll have to prove your worth. You hear the shadows just laughing all around you. Weak, weak, weak. Not worthy, worthy.
Do I have my bow?
Yeah.
I'm taking it out and I drop it.
Okay.
And I'm just saying I will not fight with light against you to prove myself.
As you take the bow out, and it shines way brighter than anything else in this plane. You immediately hear the shadows going, light traitor, traitor. She works for Salute, traitor. And they become more and more agitated. The only thing you see from this person in front of you, just like she kind of cocks her head a little bit to the side. And then as you drop it to the ground, she looks at it. And she takes steps in front of you until she is at where the bow is, which is now several steps below you. She looks at it. You just, as she's near you, keep hearing the shadows going, light, light, turn it off, bright, bright. And she kind of like takes her mace and then smash it down on the bow. And immediately you see in this 1 second, you see this huge flash. And the light's gone.
I have nothing to fight you with now. But I'm willing to do it with just my bare hands because the light was not the way I wanted to fight you.
But the light is what you have been using.
That is true because it was given to me. Not that I was a big fan of it. And you see, I was willing to not have it anymore.
A willing sacrifice. All right then. She goes into her purse, and fetch out a huge book, and hands it over to you. And like in one arm, and it's big, but she's just holding it like it was nothing. And she take it. It is fucking heavy.
I'm having it with two hands, of course.
Doesn't say anything. She's just looking at you with this little slight smile on her face. This little, slightly arrogant, slightly cheeky smile.
Mhm.
to look in it.
Yes.
It is essentially like the same kind of book that you found, just so much bigger and much more detailed, much more just about anything and everything about Char. And as you begin reading it, it begins making more sense. You don't know how long you've been reading. You have no idea. It feels like you've been reading for many hours. But sometimes she says, "That'll be enough." And, like, takes the book back, and as you're looking around, there is just you can't see the sky or anything anymore. Just how many different kind of creatures there are there now, and they are closing in. They are like maybe 30 feet away from you, just blocking all vision. So, you believe yourself a mistress of the dark?
I do.
Well, well, convince me. Why should we allow you to travel from this place with her and our blessing? Think carefully about what you say and do. How will you convince us to let you go? As the shadows begin, I don't know, about 10 feet away from you. In all this time, while she's saying, you hear like, convince us, or die, die, die. And you swear you hear something like, I bet she tastes good, tastes good, tastes good. Drow blood.
Shar is kept outside of Eberron due to the veil. You need followers in Eberron to get the energy and the power to crush through it. Something that Saloon will never do. I can help you gather the power in Eberron. I can help you spread the word of Shar and make the people believe that she is not the mean person, the bad person she is shown, but that she is better than that, and that the darkness isn't always an enemy.
Make my persuasion check with advantage. Okay.
You hear Eladio's voice. You did a good job. I'm so proud of you.
You have no fucking clue how sweaty my hands are right now.
Good job.
You hear his voice. Guidance.
Guidance.
You begin hearing the other voices around you going, Eberron. Cross the veil. Must have access. You see that the character in front of you looks around, then finally looks at you, and then nods and says, well, then go with our blessing, and points towards the door.
Thank you. And I'm turning around.
Oh, don't forget, as she takes up the broken bow, seems to have been repaired, but instead of showing a bright light, is now wrapped in shadows.
Okay.
And is no longer giving up a light as it's looked upon.
I am putting it at its usual place. And
Okay.
say thank you again and move to the door.
All right. You come up to the door. It is there as usual.
I'm entering.
Just check here. All right. As you open the door, the cold hits you like a frying pan in the face.
Cool.
You immediately just jump out of your sleep. As you do, look around. Everyone seems to be sleeping. Even Rendro, who seems to be having a difficult sleep. But you look around and you're like, not sure how long time has gone. But you gather it's probably been some hours. But you seem to be back.
Taking out my bow.
Mm-hmm. It no longer shines bright. It now have a shadow tint to it. I have also changed it in your paper to a bow of shadow instead of a bow of radiance.
Okay.
To give you a little bit more information on it that you can write in yourself. It does no longer have a blinding light. Before, when you hit a creature with a light, they had to make a Constitution saving throw.
That's true.
They still have to, now they will have to make a dexterity saving throw, same DC.
Yeah.
You know what? Let me just write it here for you.
Okay. Yeah.
Writing in here. Do the saving throw. Yeah, so what you're basically gaining now, and I've written into your bow, is that instead of arrows of light, it's arrows of shadow, and instead of a blinding shot, it is a binding shot. 3 times a day, just like the other one, you can hit a creature. When you hit a creature, they fail their dexterity saving throw, they are bound to the ground by shadows and have their movement reduced to 0 for a round, or until their end of their turn.
Okay. I like that.
Okay. What about the radiant damage? Does that stay the same?
Yes, the damage stays the same, but it is no longer radiant damage. It is now necrotic.
All right.
Okay.
Well.
All right.
Yes.
The book, this is definitely different. The bow.
It is. Is my book different? Or is it still the same?
It's still the same.
Okay.
You swear it's a little bit bigger.
Okay.
Still the same.
Okay. I'm putting my bow back where it belongs. And I'm trying to sleep.
All right. Well, without further ado, about 4 hours later, sun is creeping up. Actually, one of you, don't care who, make me 1d12. Just anyone, roll a 1d12. 1.
Wow.
I'll take the 1. Thank you, Onyx.
That's a D23.
I know, I mistyped. I understand. Okay, I was trying to hurry so Onyx doesn't roll.
As you guys wake up, it is terrible fucking weather. It is raining, it is lightning, it is half raining, half snowing. It's like this weird temperature feeling where it starts to snow, but as it comes down to you guys, it's a little bit less snowy, which is weird because normally it would just be a lot of snow here. Another indication that things are not as they probably should be.
It can't snow. We defeated the Ice Queen. Snow
We
doesn't
don't
exist
in the
anymore.
icy north.
Yes, snow doesn't exist anymore. We defeated the Ice Queen. Don't understand.
As you guys are like waking up and the bubble sign disappeared, you guys are like, oh god, it's like gonna be a long day. The wind is always also picking up. Everything is just crap. Even see it around with the tribe members who are walking around. They're walking around with their heads down, just it's a fucking trip. As you guys are gathering up, the leader comes over. Are we ready to proceed? Have you gotten your rest? Kind of like looks over you. Like two of you are, yeah, it's
He's
a
like,
few of you are fully
Fuck
rested.
yeah.
I'm like, yeah, good night's sleep, thank you very much. Two of
Yes.
you are a bit more like, I guess.
I mean, that doesn't change their normal attitude.
No, not really.
True.
Okay.
Well, then let us proceed.
And we proceed.
All right. So, for the purpose of the travel, you will now be escorted by this group of people who know this area, which means that you now don't have to roll for traveling because they know all the ways to go, even in shitty weather like this. It's not going as fast due to the weather, but they are experts in these areas and being in the wilderness. So, by virtue of accepting their traveling partners, you actually make pretty good, decent progress and don't have to roll to see if you will get lost or anything. So good for you guys.
Hell yeah.
Good choice.
About 4 hours into it, one of the scouts from behind comes up to you guys. And goes up. You see a female Goliath, a huge woman, like much bigger than any of you, by a fair margin.
Didn't we meet a Goliath?
Yeah,
And,
but one
We did.
Goliath before, yeah.
And then he died immediately.
Yes, yes, that was one.
By Onyx hand.
Yeah, that was really great. That was one
Oh,
sheet
man.
that I could just rip over.
You're welcome.
Thanks for that.
I mean, kind of his own fault. He gave to him.
You know what? You know what? A certain something is leaving you. I've never coming back.
The-
This sword is gone. Fuck you. There's just a scabbard. Try fighting with that.
Oh.
You
boy.
swear that it flipped you off on its way away from the camp.
Okay.
But this huge Goliath woman comes over and just goes, I have some information. And she like have a much deeper voice and everything than most of you guys. She's like, oh. And she's big, like proper big. Like think, Madame Dumitrescu from Resident Evil. Big. Like she's
Yep.
huge.
Oh,
Yep. Yep.
We literally just wrote that in DMs.
She's just, and she's looking down at you guys, like in a literal sense. We have some information about an old lady following us. Apparently, she's following our tracks. She's about an hour behind us.
Oh, well, that's convenient.
And from the information I have, something about a white tiefling who's about a half a day behind us.
Okay.
I guess it's debatable if that's convenient.
That's less than convenient.
Is the woman looking for us, or is she trying to stay away from the tracks a bit?
She's following us.
Okay. Thank you.
She kind of like runs back. Are you guys gonna just continue ahead?
I mean, I would, to the leader who walked with us, I would say, I mean, she will
that's good.
probably catch us fairly soon then if she is on her way with 8 dogs on a sled.
From what I understand from the scouts as well, she's deliberately keeping a bit of a distance.
I see.
I take it that she's not an ally, or is she?
Well,
Complicated.
yes, but actually no, but yes.
Right. Sure. Well, let us know if you feel like we need to stop.
No, just let her pass to us if she wants to.
I don't think she will.
We will see.
We need her. At
Well,
least we
we
need the
can-
book she's carrying.
Yeah.
And if we move on and she is not encountering us, then we won't get the book and we won't get access.
We can just fly over to her, technically.
We could.
Or we could just walk to wherever we need to walk and then wait for her there.
I don't know. I'm just saying, if she keeps her distance to us, I'm not sure if she will ever try to reach us when we're at the entrance.
Well,
And
she'll
I
have
don't-
to.
She wants to go there, so
My biggest fear is that if we take too long in waiting, that we will also not just have to deal with Berlin, but also with Aberron. And I don't want that.
Let's see. Aren't they not friends?
Oh, I believe the tiefling acts on her own volition. With the help
She
of
is part of the Arcane Brotherhood. And we know that those do not fight together, but that doesn't mean that if they maybe want access to the city, that they at least fight against us and then fight each other. I don't know.
Well, I mean, let's. I don't know how
If you say
strong
you
this
want to
tiefling
move
is.
on, she is reportedly very strong. Even
Yes, we'll
Berlin
see.
said that.
She is still half a day behind, but I think we should move on for now.
Okay.
And then if we arrive at the cave, wait
Okay.
there.
You guys push forward.
Mhm.
About 2 hours more, and you begin seeing something in the distance. Ignore me. It's fine. We just find correct. Sorry.
Well, while we're walking towards it, I'll radio catch,
Yes.
and I'll throw a fizzy item to you, and when you, assuming you catch
Well, hold on. Let me just perceive what he's throwing towards me.
it's a fizzy object.
It's a what?
A fizzy object. It's very vague.
it's very yeah.
I'll catch it.
A giant weasel spawns on you.
Great. So now what happens?
There's a giant weasel in your arms.
I place down the giant weasel. And then I keep
You
walking.
catch it, and then it just grows to twice your size, and you're like,
Let me place you down! And I place it down.
you guys just see this giant weasel looking at you guys, and you see all of these other wretched people are looking at you guys like with a tin of like, what?
Why did you throw something that turns into a giant weasel at me?
Well, to be honest, I didn't know what this was gonna turn into.
What is it?
A giant weasel.
No, but where is it? Did it come from?
It came from the bag of tricks.
Oh,
You guys are looking at the trick, and while you're trying to figure out what the fuck's going on, you almost bump into the leader as he has apparently stopped, and you're kind of like almost bumping, and you turn around and look. You see that the wretched glaciers are almost about half a mile away from you guys, and it rises
So
up
we
about
are-
hundreds feet into the sky.
Are we like here?
it would be like he all the way up here.
Oh boy. Yeah, nice.
Give or take half a mile.
Yeah.
However, about 60 feet away from you guys, you see that about 24 of figures bursting out from the snow and encampments. They're spaced about roughly 10 feet apart, and then begin advancing on you guys in an attack line. Adriel, Lara, and Irendriel. Anyone who has a wisdom that is passive perception over 15. I don't know who has that.
Me?
Anyone who has passive perception
Onyx.
over. Onyx doesn't see shit. The rest of you guys, however, are not surprised during this attack.
What about
However,
the weasel? The giant weasel?
the giant weasel is right now trying to figure out its existence in life, I guess.
My dog sees him though.
See them.
Are you... Man, Elara is gonna have so many weasels.
Yeah, so glad I rolled.
As you
Why does everyone think I'm
see this line
collecting
advancing
weasels?
against you, you see the Elk tribe who is with you guys immediately forming up in a defensive line in front of you, ready to defend.
Mhm.
From what you can see, they are holding up a banner similar to the Tiger tribe that has been mentioned before.
The guys on the other side that are in front of us.
Yep, that
Trying to
are
fight.
advancing in front of you guys.
Okay, I would just say we should probably genocide them before they say what you guys did there.
Where you hear someone, what?
What now?
No, I'm just thinking this right now.
In front, you see both a male and a female that you recognize from the camp that are leading the attack. You see one of the female ones is apparently one who is stirring them into action, is leading the ambush and is riding on her saber-toothed tiger into combat against you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Surprisingly to you guys, as the Elk tribe is beginning to form up in a defensive line, one of them takes out an item too and places it on the snow, and about a second later, a big woolly rhinoceros is present, and you see the leader of the tribe that is protecting you goes up on that, using it as a mount.
Mhm.
As he looked towards the others, he looked towards you guys and goes, "Your group is important, ours is not. You have to continue your travel. You need to reach the glaciers before anyone else. We will hold them off and give you time."
Okay. Can I... How far away are they?
They are about 80 feet and advancing towards you in a straight line.
How many?
From what
And
you
how
can
tightly
see,
packed?
from what you can see to Dustin, and they have about 10 feet between them, between each. But you have no idea if there might be more. It's hard to tell.
So, if I would think about casting Hypnotic Pattern to help them out. Okay. Yeah, I will. So I will. Well, Hypnotic Pattern has a like 120 feet range, so I should be able to hit pretty much everyone who's in range. But it makes a 30-foot cube.
It's a 30-foot cube, yeah.
Right, within that range. And I would like to definitely have their leader with the saber-toothed tiger in that cube. And then I'll try to put as many infantry soldiers as possible, I guess. But definitely have the leader in there. And I will cast it with the mandolin, which means everyone has disadvantage on their save. It's a wisdom save DC 17.
With how they're spaced, and it only is a 30-foot cube, you will be able to hit two. Like, the leader and one else.
Oh, only one?
The leader, the saber-tooth, and one else.
They're walking in a line, right?
They're walking in a rough line, but they're having 10 to 15 feet between them. So they're deliberately spacing out to try and encircle you guys.
Okay.
Are you casting it, Eladio?
If I wait a little bit longer, would they get closer together?
Sorry?
If I waited a little bit longer, would they get
It doesn't
closer
look like
together?
It just looks like that as the longer you wait and the closer they come, that more appear in the background. They seem to be brought a lot.
Then I'm not gonna cast anything.
Okay. Once again, as you guys are coming closer, he says to you, you have to leave. Go straight east and then straight north. Ignore this fight.
I jump on my weasel and ride towards gates.
Sure.
Hey, Weasel is a medium.
As you jump up on the weasel, it immediately just like buckles down with your. Like, I'm sorry, but you are a fat boy and you weigh a lot.
Oh man, you can't do that.
Let me just roll for weasel.
No.
It's not dead, but it is looking at you with the eyes of like, you motherfucker.
No, I tried. To be with the club, you know.
Okay, we run first east then north as they said.
Okay. As you begin running away from there, you hear the two leaders call out to each other. You hear the leader from the elk tribe that has been supporting you going, it's too late, Bjornhild, you're not gonna make them. They're already gone from here. Your queen is dead. You have no purpose here anymore. And you hear the answer of Bjornhild going, ha! Well, I can always take revenge, can't I, old man? We'll find them. They have no way of getting inside. But first I will relish in slaughtering you. Soldiers, attack. And you just begin hearing the scream and fighting of two of these great clans meeting head on. Now, who's leading your escape as you are now running as fast as possible straight for the glaciers?
Randriel.
Alright, Randriel, make me a survival check, please.
Yeah!
Nice, good choice.
With this advantage due to this shitty weather that provided.
No.
No.
Still fine, you're not, don't worry, you're good. It goes fine. 29 would have been better, but 13 is fine. You managed to find a different, you managed to make sure that you guys make good time. Like, that there's no surprises or anything. You managed to get them out of all these kinds of trickery places that can be. You were about half a mile away. You are now about 200, maybe 250 meters away from the glaciers, and they are huge, like just impossible huge. Adriel, I believe you have the highest passive perception.
No, I have the highest passive perception.
How high is yours?
Minus
How
21.
Yeah, then
You have 21 passive?
Yes.
Yep.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, even though you're in front, you hear the panting of wolves behind you first. As you kind of like look over your shoulder, you see a dog sled rapidly closing in on your position.
Would I notice too? I have 17 passive perception further behind.
Depends on if he's telling you guys.
I've notified him.
He's like,
Shoot the wolves, Elena! Shoot the wolves!
I turn back and shoot on as well.
As you guys turn around, it is easy to see that it is indeed Valin closing in.
Shoot the fucking wolves! Shoot them right now!
What do you do? It's about, I don't know what your range is with the
18.
gun, but it is, they are about,
200, 800 should be
they're
fine.
about still 150, maybe
Yeah, fine.
180
Yeah,
feet
he's
away. Alright, 18, you managed to definitely hit one of the wolves in front, who then, within 12 and 8, immediately just buckles down. Not that they stopped yet. Lara?
No.
Well, one wolf.
As it is my first turn, I have 3 shots.
I don't know.
I mean, that wolf is gone.
Oh, 2 wolves. Ooh. Oh god, oh god, oh no!
That's a good damage roll.
Oh no!
Oh no.
11 and a 12.
Okay. So as you guys make a stand and just start pummeling these poor animals,
The whole wagon and all the wolves are just tumbled to the ground. Some of them just basically explode out the midair, and some of them are just felled by an arrow struck directly into their neck and immediately just drop dead. You guys will also see for the first time that her bow is very different than what it normally is, and instead of a light arrow shooting in it, it's just it is an arrow being shot. It just has this tint of shadow to it, and as it goes, you can see the streak of shadow behind it. You also see the caravan of which she is in, that the wolves are tracking, immediately just come to an instant halt and then just flips on the other side, immediately crashing. And you swear you hear Valin just flying through the air.
Oh man. Oh no.
Old ladies can fly after all.
Oh my god.
Well,
From what you can tell, you two who are stopped, all the wolves are dead. Or dying. The wagon is completely destroyed, and about 20 feet away from the wagon crash, you see Valin kind of like coming wading through the deep snow out to the road area and goes, "You fucking idiots! I have been looking for you for a long time. Why are you attacking my animals?"
shit. Bullshit. I'm fucking by it. We're running.
She's running up towards you guys.
I'm inside checking that.
Sure, make an insight check. She seems genuinely surprised that you would open fire on her.
No.
She seems like genuinely surprised that you would fire at her. But she's chasing you guys. She's still like, you guys who didn't stop, you are about 150 feet away from her. You guys who did stop, she's about 100 feet away from you guys. But if you start moving towards the others, she'll just try to keep up, which she can't.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is, while the rest of you are going in that base, I'm gonna wild shape into the giant eagle form, fly back towards Flynn, grab her with my talons, and just drag her ass over to our position.
Okay. Make a make an athletic check.
An athletics check.
Yeah, since this would be
He crushes her.
Oh, she doesn't want to be grabbed?
And she sees a fucking eagle flying at her while you guys have been shooting at her. She's scared out of her mind, man. 15? Okay,
She's an old woman, I mean.
That old hack ain't gonna be able to do shit.
That old what?
Oh yeah, didn't I tell you guys? She is the hag.
He is the hag. Plot twist. I thought this actually months ago. I was like, she's probably the hag.
No, I don't think so.
Let me see here. She has... Yeah, okay, sure, whatever. Alright, 15. With her -1, she just fails. She's like, what are you doing? Leave me alone! And she's just getting grabbed. She's like, ah!
And then Adriel's like, ah!
You can feel her
No,
like
he's wild-shaped. He can
feel
talk
like
to her.
just trying to kick and bite and punch and just trying to get out. You just kind of ignore
Just
her.
calm down. You didn't know it as well.
Can't actually speak in.
In wild shape, he can.
Okay.
No,
Maybe you can.
I don't think he can.
you can't.
He would be like, ah! That's what he would say.
You hear her going, I don't understand, bird, you shit!
Bird.
Do you take her
So he
towards the
flies
glacier
up
then?
to us.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. As you're getting close to the glacier, you hear in the background, about maybe 400 meters behind you guys, that a huge explosion happens. Just as huge fiery explosions from the general direction of where that battle was taking place. And as you're looking, you swear you see both different kinds of magic missiles and all kinds of things being hurled, both one way and the other way. It seems either these two groups had some tricks up their sleeve, or a third party is engaging as well.
Oh no.
You guys reach the
Okay, well-
glaciers, and they are hundreds of meters up in the air. They're just infinitely big and huge. And as you come to this opening, as you finally let go of Velin, she's looking at you guys as you all coming together. She's like, "You motherfuckers! Why would you attack and kill my wolves? I actually like them."
How are we supposed to trust you at this point?
You just ran away.
Yeah, with good reason. No
I'll
matter.
explain.
I don't
No
believe
matter.
now is the time.
Well, then just let's go in.
We don't have much of a choice. We need to proceed in. I don't know if you can hear that fighting, but that's
And
not
we're
something
not
we
that.
wish to be able to get caught up in. We have more important things to do. Now, it kind of like looks over all of you, then looks at Erendril and gives you the book. Take it.
I take it.
Good boy. The last page. Open it.
Sure.
Turn it against the wall. In front of you, you see an immense, glistening wall of just clear blue ice. It seems, in every sense of the word, impenetrable. But then you also notice a lighter colored stripe that almost bisect the wall at one point. You gather that this might be the frozen waterfall, to which hide the entrance of this place. Now, read the poem while standing before the glacier. I will give you the poem.
Oh yeah.
And why should he be the one doing it?
Because he's the one with the stronger connections to her. Or do you disagree?
Yeah, it's a lot.
That is a long ass poem.
Jesus.
Let's go, Erenriel.
Now, please, can you hurry up? Because there are no more sounds from the combat, meaning that someone won and will be getting here.
I want an insight checker.
Sure, make an insight check.
However good that's gonna do, but you know.
Same. I'll do the
It's
same.
hard to read this whole pack. She seems genuine. She wants in, and she believes that he has the best connection to the ice cream.
Yeah, I probably agree. Okay. I would also nod at him to read it.
We bow to she who wears the crown, let the world shiver with dread. Glad in winter's whitest gown, as her snow shrouds the dead. Her fury sheets, but frozen days as grey clouds issue forth. Her wind across the wasteland shares, bringing blizzards from the north. Ice-kissed flowers, God's mid-bloom, beauty kept in all its grace.
As she begins reading, the glacier begins widening up, almost like white hot. And I need all of you to make me a dexterity saving throw, please. As a fireball from about 200 meters behind you is being hurled in your general direction.
Just
Jesus
fireball.
Christ.
No.
That's a fucking sniper ball.
It's
Well.
pretty.
Ever
Oh,
heard about
fuck off.
Ever heard about the feat called Spell Sniper?
Yeah.
Ever heard about a warlock being able to cast stuff a bit further than normal?
God damn it. But ever heard of Erendriel being engulfed in
Being
fire,
taking
not
no
taking a
damage.
single damage?
So,
He just keeps reading the poem while we're all like, "Oh."
Keep burning.
Onyx fail, Eladio fail, Erendril succeed and doesn't take any damage. Adriel fail, Ilara fail.
Does my cloak work on that one?
It doesn't.
Just seconds.
It
What
is
did you
attack
roll
rolls,
for
that's why
here?
I'm asked.
Yeah, but this is a saving throw.
What did you roll for here? The 20?
The weasel.
Onyx?
That's the weasel.
Oh, right, sure.
Weasel's dead.
I will just do it for Velin as well, because she has such good dex. Okay.
How much HP do weasels have, Sil?
No, 19. Not bad. All right, so Velin saves. All right, so as all of you guys are just looking at Erendril, hearing him reading this out loud, and you see some kind of reaction from far behind, a fireball just goes right in front of you guys, with enough action to actually hit all of you. So, all of you who saved your throw, you take 34 fire damage.
X fucking cues me.
which means all of you take 34 fire damage, except one who just stands there and keep reading and doesn't even care.
It's a qualification, so it's just a big ice.
Like, because he kind of like stepped about an additional 5 feet to go towards the glacier, he's just out of range of the fireball and just stands there like.
Ouch.
And the rest of you take 34 damage. Erendril, keep reading.
I got a score game and also.
Shoot that bitch while he's reading.
Summer's gone to eternity. Stealing a gold embrace, all the world. All the world in winter's white, shielded in sleeves and ice. Set upon never-ending light, see conscious paradise. Behold her everlasting rhyme, see how it covers all.
You're not done here, group!
We've not followed.
You're on your tail, and
So
about
awesome.
150 feet behind you, you see a white tiefling looking at you guys.
150, right? Okay.
Can I shoot her?
Gold and false.
Yes, you can.
Forevermore.
I'm shooting her.
All right. Go for it.
Ooh, good. Ooh,
I'm still getting used to that bow.
that's good. That's also not bad.
He does not succeed on her save, and thus has her movement.
Ooh, I like it. Very
You guys
cool.
see all these kinds of shots and wall of thorn and arrows just begin pummeling up in her direction. You see a lot of her group as always follow her, just getting struck down by it. Her, not so much. However, one arrow does manage to pierce, and as it pierces into her shoulder, the shadow immediately begins going like through her shoulder and then straight down to the ground as 2 chains form out of shadow, shackling her to the ground. And she's just you guys just see a shadowy shackle that goes from the ground up through her shoulder and onto the other side. And she's just standing there going, You'll regret that, you little shit. And she is beginning to cast some kind of spell at the exact same second as the glacier begins opening for you.
How far away is she?
150 feet.
Okay. Do you cast Wall of Thorns around the glacier area that we enter in? Okay.
All
so
right.
She can't see us anymore. If the spell needs her to see us,
A wall of thorn that cuts the line of sight. As you hear Evelyn going, it's open inside.
Okay.
As you guys all went inside, and as you go inside, you hear the wall of thorns just getting exploded by another fireball, which was on the way.
Okay. Thank you.
My reason for the fucking wall of thorns.
As you guys go in, most of the glacier shuts after you. Not completely though. Some of it is open, and you gather that it won't be able to get a full party in, but one by one, they will be able to, with some time, to follow you guys. But for now, you are alone inside the Caves of Hunger.
Okay.
Should we wait for them to come in one by one and attack them each?
Like that. I think that's a bit too many people, don't you think?
How many people were there coming after us?
Seems to be quite a lot. You
And
see-
how many could come through at the
you
same time?
saw about a dozen and her. As it is right now, it seems like only one person could go in at a time.
I mean, if
Unless you
if
do anything about it.
Well,
I mean, right now the Wall of Thorns was still up, right, on the other side. Seemed
he
like,
exploded the wall of thorns.
or is it completely torn by the firewall? I don't know how much damage the Wall.
You
of Thorns
just
can take.
heard it that it was exploding by another firewall.
Okay.
Was attacking you guys, but
Okay.
whether it's hard to tell.
Well, my fear is if we go in further and we find something that doesn't like us being in there, and then her whole team is,
Alara,
Yes.
don't you have a way to use some ammunition on the ground?
I could use cordon of arrows, but I don't know how many of them will be.
Well, we
held
could
back.
we could trap as much as we can for the entryway, as possible, that we can at least make sure that they lose as many people as they can.
I think I can cast cordon arrows and cordon of arrows there.
Lado,
I
do you
could
have
also-
something that can make sure that they an illusion, anything that can stop them even for a short time.
Well, I mean, I can cast the bubble here, which they might be able to dispel, but it would give us some cover for a short time. I
But
think we
you would
should
have to
ambush
stay
them
there.
here. Yes. Do you not want to ambush them here? Do you want to
Yeah.
continue in?
Evelyn kind of ignoring you guys and going over to where the little entrance is, which is now like this entrance itself is not that big, and it's like you gather it's about 10 meters long. So it's like one person would have to crawl in 10 meters and then be inside.
Mm-hmm.
And you see her going over to the entrance, small one, and she takes out a special stone. And just push the stone up against the entrance. She takes out a very weird looking knife that almost looks like it's vibrating in her hand. And then she begins carving a specific rune into the stone. And saying a single word. And immediately the rune just goes with this sharp blue light and then goes dim, but it's still there. And then she etches it in the edge there. And looks at you guys and goes, well, whoever goes in here, the first one at least, will have a nasty surprise.
All right.
How about we think about who's behind us before we look into the trouble that's also in front of us? And
This is for those that come behind. To
Oh.
place it there where you guys came in. That entrance, that is
right,
from
it's like
outside.
Okay.
So you gather that she probably laid some kind of trap if anyone tries to go through that opening.
Okay, I understand. Do you guys want to continue going in? Because I would be more comfortable with laying an ambush here.
I think
know.
it's too many people to make an ambush. We would stay here for days.
As far as I can see, they can only come in one by one. With at least one trap. Which will also have some kind of effect on the entrance itself, maybe. I think they will be hesitant to join in.
Yeah.
Either way, our path has been determined for us. Forward.
Let's
Okay,
go
then.
then.
In
I'm
that
just
case, you can explain to us why you left without us.
I'm putting my cordon of arrows behind that too.
Mhm.
Just so that when someone else tries to get in,
First person is
Alright.
exploded. The second person, finally, cordon of
my
arrows.
Don't worry, guys. It looks.
it's all
It's
good.
finally safe.
As Tiefling looks around, so who's next? No. No.
Wait, didn't we send Jimmy in like 30 minutes ago? Yeah.
Oh, poor Jimmy.
The great thing is actually even when they just crawl in, they already get shot because it's 30 feet.
Yep.
They blocked the way.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. Well then, in that case, you can tell us why you left without us in a hurry.
Because I had to. You were taking your sweet time.
You didn't even tell us that you wanted to go right now. You just left.
I have told you guys several times time was of the essence. That tiefling out there is immensely dangerous. She almost
We
got here in
understand.
time. Now, tell me I'm wrong, but I believe that you only here so quickly because I left so quickly.
Exactly.
Meaning that if I had not, we wouldn't have been first.
No, meaning that if you
told
had,
us, we might have gone immediately.
we would have probably been here earlier.
Forgive me for saying this, Onyx, but telling you guys and then expecting you to do it is two completely different things, and they are very rarely aligned. In fact, most of the times when you tell you guys something, you tend to do the exact opposite. I wasn't willing to take that chance. Forgive me.
Would have done both and had the same outcome anyway.
Either way, then why are we discussing? If it's the same
outcome, then here we are, and everyone's happy. We are inside the
I
game.
may be bad at social cues and such, but this is not
No,
the same.
Onyx, don't let anyone tell you that you're bad at social cues.
I may be bad at social cues, but I'm not stupid.
I have never said that you were stupid. I don't believe that you are. I don't believe anyone of you is stupid. Bit slow, but not stupid.
Villain,
We all
we
have our
would have been able.
expertise.
We would have been able to be here many hours ago if you had told us how urgent the situation was.
You came here
we came back.
in full haste, yes? I saw the eagles. I assume it was you.
Yes.
I sincerely doubt you would be able to get her faster. I needed an incentive. Was it the
Well,
right one? Maybe, maybe not. Do I regret it? No, because we came here first, and that for me is all that matters. I am
much
happy
did
that
you
you're here,
sleep?
even despite killing my wolves.
How much did you sleep on your travel here?
Well, with magic, I suppose I slept enough.
Because we had 3 8-hour rests.
Good for you.
Well, what I'm saying
While you were resting in your
is...
bubble, I caught my rests. I wasn't that far behind. I knew where you were, but it gave me time to rest as well. I don't know what you expect me to say here. That you want an apology? Sure, I'm sorry. Want an honest apology? No, because I can't give you that. I'm not. We got here first. End of story. The way is shut. The only way now is forward. You can either accept that and we will move on, or we can stand here bickering about how it should have been done with social cues and all that. It's up to you, I suppose.
Let's go.
Good.
All right.
Glad to see that you still have some brain cells left in you. After all the fighting that we've been through. Now, excuse me for my slightly arrogant and demeaning manner, but I am a little bit pissed of you shooting my wolves and destroying most of my equipment. I needed some of that, so thank you. Believe it or not, other than that, I am happy to see you. If nothing else, I need you and you need me, so here we are.
Let's get as much away from these people as we can.
They won't be pushing in just yet. If I know her correctly, and I believe I do, she will try to open the gate properly. And when she finds out that's not really possible, she'll send in people one by one, they will experience traps, and it will slow them down considerably. Which is fine by me. Also, do any of you have any faintest idea what this place is?
Oh, we do know that there's a lot of dangerous beings inside this cave.
Now that's an understatement.
I've heard about a creature that has tentacles on its
Octopus.
Yes.
like an octopus, but different, and it
So-
floats.
Squid.
Right, you mean a beholder.
A what?
Oh.
A beholder. An aberration of significant power. And yes, there's a rumor of such a being in this cave. But there are also rumors of far
Don't
worse.
Are they just popping out of the ground, or
Well, the thing about beholders, it's kind of hard to know what or why they do the things that they do. You see,
So like you.
beholder,
And Onyx.
instead of bickering, let her explain?
Oh my
I
god.
mean
Make
that.
my
I mean
people.
that is fair. To be fair, it's fair. But I can tell you this much: if I had the power of a beholder, I wouldn't need you guys.
Are they that powerful?
Well, if you seek to conquer a beholder, or merely understand them. Nearly everything about this quarry is unfathomable. They are bizarre creatures that are possessed of alien intelligence, inhuman forms of perception, and the ability to shape reality through force of will.
Seems
Huh.
wrong.
Some of them, if strong enough, they are able to do it by their mere presence. Inside the comfortable confines of a subterranean lair, as he says that looking around, looking at such a thing, a beholder is nearly unassailable, thanks to the combination of its frankly peerless intelligence and the brutal effects of its eye rays. Some of the behaviors and motivations of beholders exhibit a similarity to humans and other intelligent creatures. The difference is one of small degree. For instance, where a prideful, confident human might be cowed by a serious threat, the arrogance of beholder knows no such bounds. It believes that it is superior to every other creature, including other beholders, which is why they never work in pairs or groups. They keep to themselves.
Do they fear anything?
No. And if we were to meet a creature that a beholder would fear, we're fucked.
Okay. There's also been talk of a skull that's also floating around with flames.
Ah, yes, flaming skull. Best keep our distance of those, shall we? Nasty
And-
shit.
No
So
explanation
what's
what they
the
are.
end goal here? Do we walk through the caves and then we arrive at the ancient sunken city and then we do what?
We do. No.
We do what we have to do.
Have to
What is
do
waiting there?
what?
We know that you've lived there.
Oh, you mean from what the goddess told you? You need to stop listening. If I were to live in that city, I would be, well, 500-600 years old. I know I'm old, but I'm not that. And
Inside check.
Check.
Inside check.
Inside check.
23.
Oh shit.
Well, that's one.
Everyone's like inside check, the whole group inside check.
I don't trust that at all. Not a vibe.
Well, Erendril and Eladio. She certainly seems to believe it herself.
Mm-hmm.
Like Onyx, Elara, and Adriel, what you see is like she clearly believes it herself. Like she doesn't speak untruth. What Eladio and Erendril manage to see is that it is more rehearsed than its actual reality. It's just something that she has been used to repeating over and over again until it became the truth.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as you can tell, it's not the complete truth.
You know,
Well-
if we are supposed to trust each other, you should start telling the truth.
It has been told already.
Not the truth that you keep telling yourself, but the actual truth.
Is there a difference?
Yes.
What is the truth?
Oh my god.
I'm
I
not
hate her
here
so
to
much.
philosophize the concept of truth with you, Velen. I better not get that beholder thing in my back. So rather that we encounter it, let's try to be as careful as possible through these caves and reach the sunken city.
Thank you.
Because if we do meet that beholder, it will be a fight.
No, it will be a fight. Some of you might even die.
Well, that's almost every fight somebody dies. So I'm not
That's
that
a
surprised.
sacrifice I'm willing to take. She doesn't say that.
It wouldn't surprise me though.
Let's just be careful. And I use an action from my staff to cast Pass without a trace, without spending any charges.
Oh yeah.
Because
Did you just say I use a charge of my staff to cast pass
I use
without
an
trace
action.
without any charge?
You guys just see him taking his staff, and then he taps it lightly on the ground, and immediately just shadow engulf all of you.
That will make it a
Oh.
little bit easier.
We will now pass without a trace.
It's a fair comment that the whole truth has not been told. Sure, it hasn't. Hell, even the whole truth has not really been told now, is it?
Okay.
Well, oh, what the hell? I need you after all.
I wonder if is she saying this while we walk, or is she still
She's
standing?
like, you guys are not walking yet. You're just still standing.
Okay.
You guys, and then she says, she's like, well, enough with this charade. And she snaps once, and her feature begins changing. From a old woman that seems almost frail and, you know, not really up for a combat. This slow one who has 20 feet instead of 30 feet. This just classic older lady who thinks she's still an adventurer, to a beautiful, exotic looking woman who looks at all of you. She has grown a fair bit taller. She's about a little over 2 meters tall. Slim, and have this same coloration to her skin as Jasmine had. And as she looks at all of you, the demeanor, her white coat and everything also changes to a material that you haven't really seen before. This weird, almost silky-like material. And as she looks at all of you, she goes, now, where were
Well.
surprise?
Well, I mean, that explains a few things.
I suppose it does.
So just like Jasmine, you're also a being of that same race?
No. She's not a being of our way. She's not a full blood. She's a filthy middle ground.
Oh.
Don't compare us. She's nothing like me. And never will be. We might be for the generally same time period, but we are very different in life. She's an underling. Peasant. I am not. Now, granted, I need your aid. And you need mine, if you want to get into the city. My goal is simple. I wish to find a person dear to me, a loved one, who has been trapped in that infernal, freezing hell for, well, many years.
All right.
Now, excuse my demeanor and everything, but I assume that you might be able to understand doing something out of love. But being in this frozen fucking hell for more than 500 years, you tend to be getting cranky. This is the first time in a long time that I've been able to set foot in here. This place was part of the city once. A testing ground where we would test knowledge and warriors and tests on different kinds of creatures. Some of the creatures that you have in your worlds, well, whoops, I guess.
Okay.
Then we will make a deal. You help us find the treasures that are hidden in the city. We help you get your friend. And for that, we keep whatever we find. Except your friend.
Take whatever you want, whatever you find. Please, I encourage you. You'll be
Since you
able to
do know,
find- Yes.
since you do know where we are, I would expect that you help.
But of course. The place has changed, though. I've never been inside here. Well, only when it was part of the city. But this is new territory to me, unfortunately. So the direction I cannot help with, but information on different kinds of creatures and stuff like that to assist with.
Oh, what we could assume from you is that you would know the upper levels of the city, since you are a highborn then, or you're from the higher caste. And the lower cities are more of a no man's land. In that sense.
I'll assist in any way I can. As long as I get to my loved one. And I'm happy. That's basically just all I want. Believe it or not, but this old woman is only here for love. Mostly.
What else?
No one has been able to set foot in here for many years. Do you have any idea about the treasures you can find? Lost treasures that civilization thought would be lost forever. You know, Eberron was almost an empire in itself. A spectacular enclave of netherlands. We would have been able to consume the whole world if it wasn't for the fucking gods and their bullshit.
Well, you did anger one.
We angered several.
So what did you expect?
But I guess there is a truth to the saying of flying too close to the sun, you will get burned. In this case, it was flying too close to the gods, you would get smited.
I think we should start moving.
I think our necessary debates are over. Let's continue down this cave, or does somebody need to rest?
I mean, we were hit quite hard.
By a
I
fire.
look at
I'm not
Berlin.
resting here.
There's a few things you need to know before we continue. That will help you prepare. So, the residents of Eberron, and also, by account, the creatures that might still reside here, were known for studying the arcane arts. And reveling in life of luxury and joy. They focused their academic work on acquisition of information regarding lost giant realms, and gods, and creatures. A fun fact, they actually had a stadium where they hosted matches of the popular sport known as chain lightning. Maybe one day I'll show you. Quite popular, you know. And deadly. There were rules, Eberron, by the Ivolathers, a great arcanist, who may in some form still be alive. It would be a great honor to meet him, and if we do, don't be a dishonor. Even looking him at it the wrong way, well, he has murdered for less. But I suspect that would only be when we come all the way into the city itself. Before that, there are the already monsters that you have mentioned, the flame skulls also being an interesting one. This is basically a skull enrolled in green flames and this mad echoing laughter. It's a patrol. A patrol that we use in the city as well. Seeing something that it doesn't like, it will do its echoing laughter, alarming everyone, then it will fly towards its target and blow up.
Yeah.
Both itself and its target.
Fun.
Today, creating such a thing is unlawful, frowned upon. Dead magic. Back then, it was seen as normal magic. Nothing weird. They also spellcaster, able to cast spells towards you. So be careful if you meet them. That's all I have to say. Now, there is one thing, unfortunately, that was also created during these times, for better or for worse.
Hmm.
I assume that maybe some of you will be familiar with vampirism.
Heard of it.
Well, it was studied upon here, and studied in a way of seeing what other species could be infected with vampirism. Things like kobolds, things like animals, hyenas, other living creatures. Some it took hold of, some it has the same kind of abilities as you gain, like a humanoid who gets infected, like it would be you and me. Some, like the kobold, it expanded their powers 100-folds. It seemed that they were exceptionally well designed for it, unfortunately. I believe that we, not on purpose, set through a bit of a plague of vampirist kobolds who ruled around as a scourge in some of the northern countries for a while, until they were put down. It's unconfirmed if they came from this city. Possible. Now, as you said, you want to move on, and fair enough. For the last one I will ask about, have you ever heard about the Remor Has?
History?
The Remor Has. Sure.
I have never ever heard of anything of the
you're just
sort. I've
standing
never
there
heard
like-
of anything that starts with an R.
Just looking at it like, the what?
What are these letters?
What are you talking about? The Remor
Better
Has.
now than when we meet the beholder.
The Remor Has is, in some ways, even worse than a Beholder. Beholder is intelligent, which is why I would say that it is probably worse than this one. But the thing about the Remor Has is that it is not only intelligent, but it is extremely dangerous. It is a large cross between underwater creature, a bit of dragonfly in there. It has about 1,000 legs. It's about the size of 2 storage buildings. It's fucking massive. It comes from beneath the snow and ice as it bursts out in a cloud of steam. Its body puzzles with internal fire. Yet it lived in the frozen north. It had wing-like fins that flare from the back of the creature's head, and it has wide mouths that brim with jagged teeth. They are Arctic predators. They live in the Arctic climate. They prey on elk, polar bears, and other creatures sharing in their territory. That is the smaller ones might. The bigger ones hunt anything bigger. I've seen one trying to take down a dragon. Failed, but it tried. Quite a sight, I must say. When hunting a Remor Has, they burrow deep below the snow and ice, and then they lie in wait for the faint vibration created by the creatures moving above it. And while hidden, it will suddenly just come up and attack.
So
Using
as
it
long as
in
we
temperature.
move on snow or ice, there could be one of those beneath us.
Yep,
I look beneath me. Is there snow and ice?
yep.
Nice.
Nice indeed.
Hmm.
If you feel any tremor or something underneath, please say so, because then we need to get the fuck out. The main thing that they do is that they come up, swallow a creature, takes them down far beneath the ice, melts them from the inside due to the excessive heat, eat them in that way. If they have any trouble with the person that they're trying to eat, they will simply spit them out into the frozen water, wait for them to be tight enough to swallow them again. Fun creatures.
Hmm.
Absolutely fun creatures.
Great. Okay.
Now, there might be have you ever met or heard about a mummy?
Actually, we might be able to create one with this, and I show her the bag of beans.
Interesting. Very interesting indeed. That is an interesting item. Dangerous, but very interesting. Our design.
Wonderful.
Yes, but there might be either one or several here. Excuse me. We experimented on them as well. We couldn't figure out what the hell they were. Was it just someone who wrapped them in paper and then made some kind of incantation? We have no idea. Still weird. They are seemingly undead, but we have no idea where they come from or why.
So basically, there's a lot.
Yes. We should be careful.
Great.
Great!
Okay.
Sounds like fun. Oh, by the way, and when we get to the city itself, it's gonna get a lot worse, so don't worry about it. It's all good. There should also be several ways down to the Underdark. Don't get any ideas, as you said, pointing at you, Lara.
Don't worry.
Could there be?
It's because of the fucking Underdark. A lot of these creatures are still freaking here.
Well, maybe you should
I
have sealed
crashed
the
here.
entrances.
Use the fucking Underdark to then get everywhere. Yeah, I know it's technically our fault because the city crashed, but you know, didn't crash it on purpose. Also, if you see any of these holes that leads down to the Underdark, that might where it be where a certain beholder is from. So, if you see a big dark hole, don't go near.
Basically, you just told Onyx to jump in.
Well, you know that some people, you know that some people get that sudden urge when they see a large drop to try and jump, and she kind of immediately looks over at Onyx. Try not to.
We'll also keep that in mind. Thank you. Oh my god.
Nah, they won't be present. It's fine.
What won't be present?
Are we ready?
No. What were you not mentioning right now?
We were experimenting on a we were you know what? It's not gonna be here. It's been so long that they would have been finding somewhere else to be.
Well, now you have to say it.
We managed to gain some access into the shadow plane. Unfortunately, it turned out that being in the shadow plane and not being careful, you could be infected.
Okay.
Not in a good way. As it turns out, these, for lack of better description, it's like they planted some kind of seed or egg under the skin. And at some point, when the time was right, the very soul and being of that person would be taken out of, and it's hard to explain because the creature itself is called a shadow by the best of our ability, because that's what we could fucking call it. Now, mind you, that this creature is hard to describe. They come from the darkness, not surprisingly, but they are undead in every way that we can express it. they reaches out to feed on living creatures, and they can consume a living creature, and they are especially drawn to creatures that are untainted by evil. So a creature that lives a life of goodness and piety and consigns its basest impulse and strongest temptation to the darkness, where the shadow hungers. As a shadow drains its victim's strength and physical form, the victim shadow darkness and begins to move of his own volition, basically joining them in becoming shadow.
Okay, so if we ever go to that shadow plane, we just be careful.
Yeah, please do.
Great.
And
If a creature from which a shadow has been created somehow managed to return to life, its undead shadow can actually sense that. And it will try to seek its parent out to either persuade or slay the host. It's difficult to explain.
And how do you kill those shadows?
They have a weakness to sunlight.
I see. That's gonna be plenty of that down
Sunlight, radiance, stuff like that.
here. Hmm. Well, you should be able to help there, right, Alara?
About that, could be an issue.
What do you mean?
Could be that certain things changed, and I'm not of much help in regards to shadow creatures.
As
I
in how?
seem to remember that you had a particularly radiant bow.
I did.
You did.
I did.
May we see the bow in question?
I'm taking it out.
Okay.
As you see, I did. I don't anymore.
As you just showed, it just looked like a completely ordinary bow. Completely ordinary. It's not no light or anything.
So it doesn't shine anymore?
Did you break it?
As she's standing there, Velen just looks at you, and you see that she goes with a few incantation with her hand, and her eyes flash for a second. Impressive. A bow remade in the Shadowlands.
Excuse me.
excuse me, what?
True sight, my dear. One day you might be able to do so yourself.
We will see how it goes, I guess.
Show us, so they can see as well. Please, I insist. Just a random shot somewhere. They will see it.
I'm just shooting, I don't know, not far away because I'm scared of hitting something in the darkness.
As she does,
See you in a
immediately
feet further.
pulls back. There's no string between the bow, but as soon as she take it back, a shadow begins forming as a string on the bow, and you see the bow just begins sucking all light in the area into it almost. Like you physically feel like it's become a little bit darker, and it is just wrapped in these shadowy features. And as she shoots, you see a shadowy arrow that shoots on with a little streak behind it until it lands and then dissipates into the wall.
Well, that's ironic. Can you even shoot that in the dark? Does it need light from the outside?
No, it does not need light. I can shoot
Consider
it.
that it has been crafted in the Shadowlands. Light is probably the last thing it wants.
I see.
Very impressive.
And where did you get this bow crafted in the Shadowlands that looks exactly like the bow you had before, except it doesn't shine bright light?
Well, I gathered some new connections.
You see Velen just smiling broadly. Just, seems I'm not the only one with secrets. I'm impressed. Very good.
And then I'm thinking back about that book.
I am wondering
Which you never saw.
I'm wondering what else you guys will have up your sleeve. Very interesting. Very impressive.
I don't have sleeves.
He ain't lying.
You know, somehow I've missed you, Onyx. Right.
Bad.
I
I mean,
believe that
alright.
we have
Great.
spent enough time here. But
Yeah, let's go, please.
a welcome
for the love of
surprise. Materials from the Shadowlands is notoriously hard to come by.
It wasn't easy.
I'm sure it wasn't.
You know what? As long as nobody laid one of those eggs in you, I'm fine with it.
Oh,
I
if you
hope.
were if you were in the plane itself, I guess we'll find out.
Can I check Alara's reaction when she says that?
I think it would be pretty much like her. You see a smile of going like, crap.
Shit.
Alara, were you in that
You
plane?
see a bit of reaction of where she's kind of like looking at her arm, like, is there any? Everything is good. Okay.
Alara, were you in that plane?
How else do you think I got that bow?
Great. So how do we check if she?
How long since is it?
How long since? Not long.
Well, yes, we will find out then.
Now we could shine a light upon it. It's not
You
that
could
hard.
just not shine line upon me because of multiple reasons.
Well, we have to be sure, Lara.
No, we have to fight whatever is ahead of us.
Can we just continue walking?
Right, let's just let Alara turn into a shadow and then fight us
Okay,
while
it's-
fight someone else. That's a great idea.
Nah, I don't believe she will. It goes pretty quickly though, usually.
And on the other hand, if they crafted a bow for her,
I
Yeah,
wouldn't
that
know
is-
why.
That
They
is
would.
interesting.
then I don't think that they will affect her with anything.
Right, because every evil, shadowy creature always does things for other
At
people.
least
I didn't-
keep in mind that a shadow in this plane is different from a shadow in the Shadowlands itself.
I don't
Let
know
me say,
why
like,
Alara just did this. I don't understand what that means.
Let me say it like this: that if you are a creature that is in a place that where you don't belong for a prolonged amount of time, at some point you will begin going insane.
Yeah.
A shadow in this place doesn't belong. So when they're trapped here doing their thing, they will go insane. Not that they have much sanity to begin with, but nonetheless, it's fair to say that they will attack anything living, Ilera included.
Okay. So when Alara gets attacked by her own shadow, we know that things are wrong and
Then just kill the shadow and all is good in the world.
great. I think we should start walking.
You know, there's a theory that the Underdark was bottomless because it eventually became the plane of shadow. It's a theory, but never been discussed. Right, I can see in the audio that he's beginning to get tired of our charades, so, shall we? I'll let you guys lead the way.
Is there multiple ways? Because if there's multiple ways, then that's a terrible idea.
Of course there's multiple ways. I just don't know which one is the right one.
I'll take the second one.
No, let's keep together. Please.
So he should take.
Let's just, you know what? Let's walk together. And I will take you guys to the map.
Ooh, there's a map.
Of course, there's a map.
Hell yeah! It is completely dark. We're in the shadow plane.
You have to go all the far up to the
Yeah, I know.
far left.
We're in the shadow plane. Ah.
And that's where we're gonna end, guys.
No!
We're getting ready to descend into the caves of hunger.
Hell yeah. Alright.
All right,
Cool
welcome
beans.
to the caves of hunger, and a little bit of extra lore for you guys, and some multi-classing for two of you now,
Mm-hmm.
formally in effect.
I still have no clue what she multi-classed into. Something shadowy.
Oh god, Gago.
Like, what the fuck did you multi-class and how am I supposed to know?
It's not
Is
that
it
hard if you just
is it
think
a
about it.
paladin
No, it's
that
not a
has
paladin.
shadow?
It's a fair guess, though.
Yeah, but it's not a paladin, no. It's a
So is it a
cleric of the
warlock?
death domain.
Okay, cleric, okay.
Yeah,
Death.
Cleric.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you are now about to descend into probably the toughest and worst place in the story so far.
34 damage. Hmm.
Yeah.
It'll be fine.
I